Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for our 6th annual Children's Environmental Health Day 2021. As you know, this is a day of action for and with our youth, and we're so excited to reassess where we have been and for all of us to reaffirm our commitments to putting children first and to exploring new partnerships, new networking opportunities, and more ways that we can leverage our collective work together for informed solutions at the community level that will truly protect all children. We are so excited for today and all the events from this week. We hope you were able to join us on Mindful Monday when we had yoga. We really appreciate everyone's participation in that. And also Tuesday, the Think Outside and our connection with nature, equity, and children's health through the film and the panel, and our Children's Environmental Health Day chat around health, equity, and justice with our great partner, West Highland Environmental Action on Wednesday. And now finally today, our Project Connect and our 16th annual Child Health Advocate Awards all this afternoon if you're on the East Coast, or your morning into your afternoon on the West Coast and in between. And of course, tomorrow we will also have a Children's Environmental Health read and sing along. We're so grateful for our supporters and our partners, our sponsors. All of you have contributed to making this day a great success. And also our international colleagues and friends who are joining us. We would rather be in person with all of you, but certainly we're doing the best we can in this virtual world that we're living in. And it does afford us the ability to all be together in that way. I again want to thank you, and I hope you continue to get a lot out of this day and this week, and we want to hear from you. Please give us your feedback so we can make next year for our 30th anniversary Children's Environmental Health Day and 30th anniversary of CEHN even more outstanding and productive. And to also kick us off, I'm going to introduce our EPA Administrator, Mr. Regan, to also provide some open comments, and also the White House First National Climate Advisor, Gina McCarthy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here to celebrate Children's Environmental Health Day. When I think about the pressing environmental challenges we face, from climate change to lead in drinking water, I think first about our children. Children are more vulnerable to environmental pollutants than adults. These exposures can cause lifelong impacts during important periods of growth and development in a child's life. I have a 7-year-old son, and I think about his future every minute of the day. I think about the kind of life he will lead and about how our work at EPA can help make that life better for him and for all of our children. Protecting children's health is a top priority for the Biden-Harris administration. President Biden has proposed historic investments to electrify thousands of school buses across the country, which means cleaner, safer, and healthier air for our kids on their way to and from school. He's also called for replacing 100% of lead pipes that plague too many American communities and harm our children, especially our children of color and those from low-income households. By protecting children's environmental health, we're also protecting their current and future health and investing in a healthier nation. As administrator and as a parent, I want to thank you for your exemplary work to protect children's health. Until the places our children live, learn, and play are safe from environmental hazard and harm, our work continues, and I'll be alongside you every step of the way.
Hi, everyone. Happy Children's Environmental Health Day. I'm so excited to kick off the day by thanking all of you for your incredible work and your never-ending commitment to reducing the environmental threats that are impacting our children's health. From my early days as a local public health agent to my time at US EPA, and now as President Biden's National Climate Advisor, I've been fighting for clean air, clean water, and safe and healthy natural resources for our children and their children. And now I'm focused full-time on tackling the climate crisis, which, as you know, isn't a threat to our planet. It's a threat to us, our health, our safety, and yes, most importantly, our children's future. So as you work hard today to raise awareness of the challenges our kids are facing, stay hopeful, because we have accomplished so much together. And if we keep working hard, we can deliver a clean, healthy, and safe future for our kids. And it's going to be a future we can all be proud of. Thanks.
So hello to two of my favorite people in the environmental justice movement. I'm Latricia Adams, founder, CEO, and president of Black Millennials for Flint. And I'm super excited, one, because we are celebrating Children's Environmental Health Day. And while we are not anywhere close to what we need to be to make sure that this environment that we have borrowed from our babies is the way that it should be. But with these two dynamic ladies, it makes us feel hopeful that we will leave this earth a better place than how we received it. And so I am going to allow each of our special guests, and we can start with Andrea and follow up with Maria, and just give us a quick intro of who you are, what you do.
My pleasure, Latricia. My name is Andrea Delgado. Thank you so much for having me here. In my current capacity, I serve as Government Affairs Director for the United Farm Workers Foundation. So this is an organization that serves farm workers in the leading agricultural areas in the country. These are the hired labor, so the people that are out there day in and day out performing backbreaking work in a range of extreme conditions to make it possible for all of us to eat and to have the bounty that we are able to bring to our tables. And not only that we eat here in the United States, but to make enough that we can export. That is thanks to the backbreaking labor performed by farm workers. And I have the honor of serving as their advocate. And who I am, besides the wonderful privilege that I have to be able to advocate for the people that feed us, I am an immigrant. I am a Latina. I am an Afrodescendiente. I'm Ecuadorian, Colombian, and as of only a couple of years ago, I could finally call myself American as I became a naturalized citizen. So I am many things. I'm multicultural, I'm multilingual. I am proud to be an immigrant and to be serving in this capacity, since I feel like those lived experiences contribute so much to the passion that I bring to the work and the communities that I serve. So it's an honor to be with you today.
That was beautiful. And I learned so many new things that makes me just adore you even more. So thank you for the introduction. Yes. All right. And Maria?
A lot of pressure. No, I'm Maria Lopez Nunez, and thank you so much. Right, we're here because of you. I work with the Ironbound Community Corporation here in Newark, New Jersey. We're the largest city in the state of New Jersey. But what's special about Newark, or what's special about the Ironbound, my neighborhood, is we're a 4 square mile neighborhood that has 2 power plants, the state's largest garbage incinerator, the state's largest waste treatment plant. We're surrounded by the longest Superfund site in the country. And so you kind of name it, we have it. We're right next to the second largest port in the country, right? So that means that 5,000 trucks barrel through our neighborhood every day. And that's why in Newark, we have one of the highest childhood asthma rates, right? 1 out of every 4 kids has asthma in our neighborhood. And well, I wish you could hear it, but there's planes going over me right now because we're also home to the Newark airport. So while people know New York City, they often forget about Newark, and they forget about the sacrifice zone that's made of Newark, so that you can keep a metropolis like New York City going. Because anywhere there's a 5th Avenue, there's probably an Ironbound really close by.
Wow, and that is devastating about those child asthma rates. I came into the world essentially with asthma, and I think about where my grandparents lived, and of course, as a Black woman, I was with my grandparents all the time, but it's literally smokestacks. You can see them from the expressway from miles back. And, that's the cause, where Black and brown people, including children, are right there in the middle of this toxicity. So thank you for sharing that. And that's a really good segue. I actually want to start with Andrea. So good data point that Maria mentioned. Also, another key point that really hit me in the spirit as a current educator. So according to research published in the American Journal of Public Health, children of migrant farm workers experience a variety of health risks and conditions. Primary care practitioners have rated Mexican-American migrant children 2 to 3 times more likely to have poor or barely fair health as opposed to good or excellent health compared with non-migrant children. So what do you think are some of the environmental hazards that are the most dangerous to farm workers, including those farm workers that are actually under the age of 18? And what could be done to better advocate for these young people and children?
Thank you so much for that question. And I'll give a little bit of context because I feel like it's also such an important question that's tied to the history of the United States and how we're failing farm workers. There's about 2.4 million farm workers across the country, and it's estimated that between 500,000 to 800,000 are minors in agriculture. So this is children that are either accompanying their parents to work, trying to make a living to support the economic security of their families. And I'll just have us sit with that data point there and then just add that sadly, the history of agricultural work in the United States is a history of racism. And it began with the era of slavery and persists to this day. And I'll tell you why. The racism that pervaded the agricultural sector during the Jim Crow era remains enshrined in our labor laws. And this impacts the kind of working conditions and economic conditions that impact the households in which these children are living. So during the New Deal period in the 1930s, when there was massive labor reforms made and many workers in other industrial sectors were able to achieve gains on wages, on protections, on things like the right to overtime pay, President Roosevelt and his allies were able to obtain the support of Southern congressmen by explicitly excluding farm workers and domestic workers from key labor protections. Members of Congress at the time were explicit that they did not believe that people of color deserve the same protections as white people. That is just the reality. So that's what I mean when I say the enshrinement of racism and discrimination in our laws that persist today. Because to this day, farm workers are excluded from key protections. So this notion contributed to the exclusion of this workforce from these basic labor laws. And it was wrong then when most of the farm workers were Black, and it's certainly wrong now when 4 out of 5 farm workers are Latinx or of indigenous ancestry. And many farm workers also experience serious harms because of our country's broken immigration laws. About 1 out of 2 are undocumented. So when you're talking about a workforce that does not have legal recourse, is afraid that they might be deported, is afraid to speak out in the workplace, either because they don't have the same economic mobility. If they're undocumented, they may not want to raise concerns about what's happening, what pesticides they're being exposed to in the workplace, to your question about what kind of hazards are kids and their parents exposed to. If you're a farm worker, you're regularly exposed to a range of pesticides that go on our food. And even if you're not bringing your children to work, when you come home, the simple act of hugging them, of coming into contact from them, picking them up from school, while you're covered in harmful residues that could potentially threaten the development of their brain, like that is a toxic trespass. Like the kind of job that you do should not be undermining your health, nor the ability of your children to develop well and to have healthy brains. Those are the kind of false choices that farm workers are being made, unfortunately have to make. And if they're not being trained about the kind of hazards they're exposed to, if they aren't trained about how to mitigate some of those exposures by removing their clothes, washing them separately, leaving the shoes outside, or separating the personal protective equipment or other material that may have come into contact with those toxic substances, then their children and family members are coming into contact with it. So that's just one aspect of the environmental exposures. And another big one that's very visible, because sometimes pesticides can be hard to see unless you're being directly sprayed, extreme heat and climate change. If you're an outdoor worker, you're performing backbreaking, strenuous work under extreme temperatures. We just saw very recently how across the West and Pacific Northwest of the United States, temperatures reached beyond 110 degrees. And farm workers, including miners, were out there trying to earn a living without access to basic things like water, shade, a paid rest period, the ability to identify, training on how to identify the signs of heat illness. So when we're thinking about, things that threaten and undermine the health and safety of farm workers and children in agriculture, and also take-home exposure, we're talking about this toxic exposure to a range of agricultural pesticides and also to extreme heat. And children, in particular, children are more vulnerable to extreme heat and heat stress than your average person. So these are just some of the things that are undermining the health and safety of this community, in addition to other social economic determinants of health, such as housing, the lack of access to healthcare, lack of proximity to a medical facility that can help when they're sick. And this is all a long way of saying that, sadly, what your parents do in the economic conditions and precarious conditions that they're in have an association with the kind of conditions that the children are going to be in and the choices that are going to be left to them. And that's something that we're fighting to overcome. To your question about what can we do to advocate for farm workers, well, a key thing that the United Farm Workers and the UFW Foundation do is make sure that key decision makers in the administration and Congress are hearing directly from farm workers themselves, hearing their stories, not just from an academic standpoint, but that they're really internalizing that these data points have real human beings behind them, human beings that deserve to show up to work and not have to be exposed to a neurodevelopmental agricultural chemical. Human beings that, had deserved the right to water and basic precautions so that extreme heat doesn't make them 30 times more likely to die just because of the nature of the work that they do. And there's bills out there that we're advocating for. We're advocating for a ban on chlorpyrifos, which the EPA recently made a big announcement on. There's some accountability there to make sure that we're not allowing industry to get carve-outs or exemptions for using this very, very harmful nerve agent on our food. And there's many more pesticides like it that our children are eating, real residues on fruits, on vegetables that we feed to nourish our children every day are residues of nerve agents, things that simply should not be on our food because they threaten our children's brain. So that's some of the things that we're fighting for, as well as protections from heat stress, which I also have the pleasure to be advocating for in the White House Council that you and Maria and I are all able to serve on.
While I am, happy about our administration, I would just like to nominate you now for President of the United States of America. I mean, that was just an incredible narrative. And I just want to commend you for being able to take something that can be very technical, where things surrounding farming and the toxicity and environmental hazards in that realm is not necessarily, as my granny would say, my ministry, but I now feel empowered, that I can also advocate a lot more in that regard. Just mind-blowing, just what you shared. Thank you for that. And, my heart always just turns into mush about our babies. About all humanity, but especially with our children. So thank you so much for sharing that. Shifting gears just a little bit to my other favorite person. So with Maria. So while New Jersey, as you mentioned, has to say about with EJ issues is an understatement. Now, somewhat recently, in 2020, the New Jersey governor signed S-232, which is boasted as being one of the strongest and most progressive EJ justice bills in the country. So knowing that and thinking about from a federal perspective about there being a big push for environmental justice, what do you think the current White House administration could learn from this bill that is essentially monumental in New Jersey, especially as we think about the Build Back Better plan, as well as the Justice 40 initiative. What are some things that, you know, could connect?
Such an easy question, right? Thank you for the softballs. No. So first, let me back up here with what is S232, or, you know, the strongest environmental justice bill in the country. And why is it the strongest? So what the bill does, it defines an EJ community, and we try to be as protective as possible. So that's one thing the administration needs to learn, right? Be as protective as possible. And our bill defines an EJ community of any community that is over 40% people of color or 40% linguistic isolation, because we know that the census does not do everybody right, especially not immigrants who are confused by our racial categories, right? They're different in different countries. And so we have those two kind of safeguards. Or if it's 35% of a community below the poverty line, right? So neighborhoods like ours in the Ironbound, we're 51%. So we clear that really easily, you know, where Newark as a whole is 92% people of color, you know, we're a majority Black and brown city. So we define EJ communities. Great. So if you're an EJ community, when there's an application for a facility coming into your neighborhood, it's going to have to figure out, if you're an EJ community, are you overburdened? And I always like to explain this as something a 4-year-old can tell you, because our little 4-year-olds, right, that come to the garden every Saturday, they can stand in the corner and they're like, there's a smokestack over there, there's a smokestack over there, and there's a smokestack over there. Like, should we add another smokestack? The answer is obviously no. But that was something that before our law, the law could not see us, right? Like the law had to treat every facility as an individual, very American. Right? Everybody's an individual. And do you go up to your individualized limits of pollution, of arsenic, of lead, of mercury, of dioxin, right? Like, are you hitting that limit or exceeding it? And it didn't matter that they put, you know, we have 130 brownfield sites in our neighborhood, right? Like all of that should not be concentrated. And then the way that the chemicals mingle with each other and the way that we breathe that in, it has an impact. And so this law brings that impact to the surface. And if the answer is you're adding to that impact, then your facility shall be denied, right? It gives that denial priority. There is no more suggestions. And that's another thing I want to see the administration do. Deny permits, deny pipelines. Don't just suggestively say or make environmental justice impact statements. Great, this law goes beyond the statement. It says what you have to do after you find that there's a harm to people is you have to protect people, and you have to say no. So I would love to see the administration say no to false solutions and say no to things that harm human health, and especially no to things that even a 4-year-old can tell you are not good for human beings and are not good for our planet. You know, so I think those are the lessons that I feel like could be replicable. And it's not just about how you permit. We can't see facilities as individuals anymore. We need to think about them in community. And in community, facilities are bad actors and they're not being good neighbors. So if you're not being a good neighbor, we should kick them out of our community to protect those of us that are, you know, trying to protect and better our country, right? Our neighborhoods and all the territories for everybody else.
I mean, you just hit all of that on the head. I mean, that is just, I think in all aspects of policy, there has to be some consequences. Otherwise, it's performative. We know what's right and we know what's wrong. And I love the fact that you said like industry is not, they're not being good actors in community and they need to put them out. Period. It should not be any rebuttal to that. It should be that cut and dry. So I appreciate you bringing that narrative, and we got a whole lot of work to do. But I know with the three of us and some other like dynamic leaders from across the country, we're gonna keep fighting until somebody is held accountable for this, both past, present, and the future as well. So thank you for sharing that. And so we're going to transition, I know it's like super short, but to our last question. So one of the things among many that I love so much about the Children's Environmental Health Network is one that they focus on kids. A lot of times when we think about environment, we think about the very like tangible things that are happening to the environment, but not necessarily keeping humanity at the core. So when climate change happens, what is happening to human beings, also being inclusive of children who, depending on their age, they can't speak for themselves, right? And so when we think about that notion, about that concept, in your opinion, why do you think, and this is a beautiful kind of mantra of sorts that the Children's Environmental Health Network kind of abides by, why do you think children should be at the center of our work? And either Andrea or Maria, either one of you can take it away.
Sure. There's multiple angles from which we can look at this, but I'll try to keep this quick. One, we have a moral imperative to protect children and their health. From a public health standpoint, they are a subpopulation that is more vulnerable to exposure to a range of toxic pollutants, chemicals, pesticides, you name it. So their bodies are at crucial stages of development, and it's development that we cannot allow to be compromised by the environmental conditions in which they're living in. So we cannot allow children to be robbed of their intellectual potential because of what they're breathing or the toys that they're able to play with, or because they live next to a Superfund site. That's just some of the imperative there. And besides that, putting them at the center of this also involves giving them ownership over these fights. I mean, they are the owners of the future. And we want to make sure that we're getting them started early on this advocacy so that they're aware of what's happening so they can continue to carry on once it's time for us to be passing the baton.
Yeah. I mean, for us, children are at the center in Ironbound, right? Because actually one thing about Ironbound, we started in the 60s because women needed access to childcare. So we started with schooling, but then we realized, like, even if you give it all you have into a kid's schooling, they're forever impacted by the environment, by the air that they breathe. So when I mentioned earlier, the 5,000 trucks that go through our neighborhood, the back of that truck, the tailpipe is pushing out particulate matter 2.5. And it's a particulate matter that's so small, once you breathe it in, it never leaves your body. It starts affecting your respiratory system, your nervous system, your brain. So that's something that for us is super important to think that even if this country likes to say, like, if you just work hard, you'll be fine. But that's not true. And that's definitely not true for Black and brown kids, especially, right? Who are disproportionately affected by pollution and the impact that pollution has on their bodies from now until forever. So even if they make it elsewhere in life, like I recently lost my best friend to a heart attack. He was only 34. And it's because he grew up, right, breathing this air. It's going to have an impact. And so many of the folks who grow up in our neighborhoods might die early as a consequence. So that's why for me, it is keeping kids at the center and making sure that everybody gets a good chance at a long and healthy life, right? And so to do that, we have to prioritize children in health, and we need to think about their environment and the devastating impact that they could have, or the good impact that could have. But unfortunately, in this country, it only happens if you're rich or you grow up in a suburb lined by trees. It's like how much money your family makes and what is your race of you and your parents, that makes all the difference. And that's not fair. So we need to prioritize, obviously, children so that we are passing a legacy of justice onto them.
Yes, a legacy of justice. Come through, Maria, for the close up and wrap up. I thank you so much for this brief but powerful conversation. I'm also super excited that as WEJAC members, and I'll be careful, we're not speaking on behalf of the WEJAC. I'm going to follow the rules. But if you have not had an opportunity to see some of the recommendations, I know we are very proud that there were specific recommendations that were made for children and also childbirthing people, because we have to think about children throughout the entire process of life and development. So definitely optimistic about the future with pushing everyone from the federal level, state level, local level to really focus and keep children at the center. And with that, thank you so much. Thank you to the Children's Environmental Health Network, and happy Children's Environmental Health Day. Yay.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion, Ditching Disposables, Eliminating Harmful Chemicals in Foodware for Healthier Kids and Planet on this Children's Environmental Health Day. I'm Sue Chang, the Pollution Prevention Director at the Center for Environmental Health, also known as CEH. Over the years, CEH has helped schools across the country transition away from harmful single-use foodware to healthier alternatives. Many people do not know that a lot of the single-use foodware used in schools across the US contains toxic chemicals harmful to children's health. For example, expanded polystyrene trays, often referred to as styrofoam, contain cancer-causing chemicals, and some molded fiber trays contain PFAS, which have been nicknamed forever chemicals and are known hormone disruptors. These are just two examples of toxic chemicals that might be found in your lunchroom. As you'll hear from our panelists today, we're spotlighting Berkeley, California, and the great strides they're making to eliminate foodware with toxic chemicals and institute reusables to protect the health of their students. I'm thrilled to introduce the panelists with me today. Bonnie Christensen is the Director of Nutrition Services at Berkeley Unified School District, or BUSD. And then we have two students joining us. Mabel is in 7th grade at King Middle School, and Shanza is in 10th grade at Berkeley High. Mabel and Shanza are both part of the student group Heirs to Our Oceans. It's a youth empowerment group, and we're both former students of Jacqueline Omania, a teacher at Oxford Elementary School, who has a zero waste classroom in Berkeley, California. To kick us off, I'd like to ask Mabel, when did you first learn about the issues of toxic chemicals and waste created by single-use foodware?
I first learned about single-use disposable waste and its toxic chemicals when I was in 3rd grade in Miss Omania's zero waste classroom. That year, we spent a lot of time studying plastic and the effect that it has on the environment and ourselves. Each year, about 8 million tons of plastic is dumped into the ocean. Learning this in 3rd grade had a big impact on me. I wanted to do something. So along with my classmates and my teacher, I went to the Berkeley City Council and urged them to make a change. As of 2021, any restaurant in Berkeley that supplies its customers with plastic disposables must charge for them. Then we noticed something else. Every day at school, we were being given plastic forks, plastic cups, plastic spoons. This is a really big problem because not only is our school district adding trash to the world that will never go away, but it is exposing us to harmful chemicals like BPA. BPA can be detrimental to our health, disrupting the endocrine system and causing various diseases. As students sometimes rely on the school district for food, I feel that the district should be supplying students with more sustainable and safe materials. I want reusables. Today, 93% of all Americans have BPA in their bodies. This means that harmful chemicals that are used to produce this harmful material is inside of most of the people watching this video. Single-use disposable plastic foodware not only pollutes the environment, but is also dangerous for kids. Supplying your child with reusables or urging their school district to will help keep your child healthy and happy. Reusable materials are the best way to limit plastic disposables and to limit the BPA in your child's body. With the right words and actions, my friends and I changed a law in Berkeley. With more people pressuring schools and companies, we can make our lives safer.
Thank you, Mabel. It's incredible to see youth driving the change toward a healthier and more sustainable world. Shanza, you're now in high school. What changes have you seen in Berkeley and in your school since attending Oxford Elementary School?
To begin with, I first started learning about our environment and the problems that it faces in Musomania's 3rd grade class. And this really inspired me, and it made me decide to research all about the oceans for my informative essay assignment in the class. And as I learned more about the oceans, I wanted to protect it and our environment, and that is how I got to be involved. And so over the years, as a 10th grader, I've been in the Berkeley Unified School District system for over 11 years. In kindergarten, I saw plastic. And in 10th grade, I still see plastic, which is what Mabel talked about. And so I really want to focus on what most other people think of as a solution to our disposable plastics problem, compostables. Compostables are very resource heavy, from the millions of trees that we cut down to the water and fossil fuels factories use to make compostables. And then, contrary to their name, they don't even compost properly and are usually thrown in with the landfill, where the plastic goes. In addition, as Mabel touched on, given that the paper is not waterproof, compostable foodware is coated in PFAS, which, similar to BPA, is very harmful and can cause cancer and other harmful diseases, not only in children, but in adults as well. And so because our foodware is coated in this, many children are ingesting these harmful chemicals on a daily basis. And if you zoom out a little more on the issue, it also has a very social impact, because we know that communities of color and people with lower economic stability are the ones who usually get school lunch more. And these communities are facing bigger impacts as a result of having to eat in these types of containers. And this is why I think it's so important that BUSD has finally decided to begin switching to reusables. I think our reusable initiative is not only helping solve plastic pollution and the host of environmental issues that come with it, but we are raising a whole new generation of responsible individuals who will care for our planet and themselves in the best way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shanza. I really appreciate your comments about, compostables not being necessarily the best solution, and how reusables are really the better longer term answer. And the fact that Berkeley Unified is able to make this transition now, and I know schools are going through a lot with COVID right now, but we're excited to hear from Bonnie. So I'd like to turn it over to you. What has been your experience as Director of Nutrition at BUSD?
Our program was mandated to sustainably produce healthy, nutritious meals from scratch using locally sourced seasonal ingredients, free of harmful chemicals, additives, food dyes, and preservatives for food justice and equity. We can't really talk about doing that if we are going to ignore the very issues that Mabel and Shanza have discussed. So I'm really grateful to have had them really explain all of that to us first. Our program, while it does a very good job of producing our meals sustainably, because we are producing them ourselves, we've eliminated the packaging, the freezing, the warehousing, and the shipping, which is an enormous carbon footprint that would result in having a third party do that for us. We also we control the distribution of our products, and we do that in stainless steel containers, reusable stainless steel lids, and that sort of thing. Well, that is a great deal. That goes a long distance for sustainability. There's still more that we can do. It is important to note that I'd like to note here that our program was meant to serve all of our students and not just the students who are on the free program. We are trying to produce foods that everyone likes, that is healthy for all of our students. And the greater the participation rate in our food program, actually the more sustainable our food program is. It does eliminate a lot of the food packaging and the types of foods that have additives in them that students might otherwise bring to school when they bring their meals to school. Also, those students frequently will just take that entire meal because they'd rather go out and play and then just dump it in a bin without going through the processes of recycling, which was also noted here by our students. Originally, King Middle School did have serviceware, reusable serviceware, and we had to stop using it because there just wasn't enough time and staff to actually clean those dishes. Berkeley Unified and school districts all over the country really struggle with staffing shortages. But in the meantime, we've learned quite a bit, all of which was touched on by our students. The melamine dishes that we were using at King, in fact, do give off harmful chemicals. They are not safe to use if heated. The paper plates that we use, while they're advertised as being safe, in fact, when tested in a lab, are not safe. They have chemicals. And the plastic flatware, when advertised that is recyclable, in fact, most recycling agencies don't recycle that plasticware. So really the only option is to go to reusable serviceware, and that is ultimately our goal. We are stuck because of COVID, and there is a process that we must undertake in order to get to that spot. But in the meantime, we have purchased a new dish machine at our central kitchen that has a higher capacity. It uses less water, it uses less chemicals, it's energy efficient. The machine will be able to wash all of the districts if we choose to use have all of the reusables cleaned at one location. And in fact, we save 2 gallons of water per load with this dishwasher. So we don't want to fall into the trap where we trade one bad habit for another. Also, all of our new kitchen renovations will incorporate dishwashers at the sites. Last year, we had 2 elementary schools renovated, and both of those sites have dishwashers. All of our middle schools have dishwashers. The district put flow water machines that filters water for our students and for all of our faculty and staff. These flow water machines can be used to fill up our water bottles. For students who don't have water bottles, the district has purchased water bottles for our students. And the Berkeley Ecology Center is also giving water bottles out to every 9th grade class yearly. That will eliminate a huge amount of cups from district waste. Currently, with the approval of the school board and the Berkeley administration, we will be piloting 3 schools to have reusables as soon as we get past this COVID crisis and we can go back to having students eat in the cafeteria. We'll be bringing reusables at 3 of our schools, and that will give us an opportunity to iron out the kinks and figure out how we're going to make this happen in the best, most effective way possible, given the challenges we face. And in the meantime, we're going to continue to eliminate plastic to the extent possible. And while staffing is always a challenge, I, as a parent, as a family, as a community member, as an employee at Berkeley, I think it's impossible for us to ignore the reality, which is that if we don't do something now, ourselves, our students, our subsequent generations are really going to suffer. And it behooves us all to really do the hard work and make it happen. If our children are leading change, I mean, we have to follow. We have to follow. So thank you to the students really for the work that you've done and for bringing it to our attention and giving us an opportunity to make a difference.
Thank you, Bonnie, Shanza, and Mabel for this fantastic discussion. I'm really excited to see the changes that will happen at Berkeley Unified once the students are back in the cafeterias and eating in person. And thank you to the Children's Environmental Health Network for hosting this incredible day of action, and to all of you for watching. You can learn more about how your school can avoid toxic single-use products and make the switch to safer reusables by downloading our free Ditching Disposables Toolkit at ceh.org/K12, the number 1212, toolkit. Thank you very much.
The Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank child health advocate sponsor Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you for putting children at the center, for supporting the Children's Environmental Health Network's mission for healthy environments for all children to thrive in, and for supporting CEH Day events like these. If you would also like to help support CEHN's work or CEH Day events and resources, please text CEH Day to 44321. That's CEH Day to 44321. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you're having a fabulous Children's Environmental Health Day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emma Finn, and I work for Friends of the Earth's Climate Friendly School Food Program. Our program helps school districts make the shift towards healthy, delicious, plant-forward menus by providing technical assistance and marketing materials to school districts and supporting student and community engagement strategies. Friends of the Earth also partners with school districts and other nonprofits to advocate for state and federal policy change, to promote organic, plant-based, and climate-friendly school food options in K-12 school cafeterias. We are proud to be participating sponsors of Children's Environmental Health Day this year, knowing that food is often forgotten as a key driver of climate change, but also children's health outcomes. There are 30 million kids being served 7 billion meals every day in the United States. So school food has a huge impact on our economy, environment, and children's health. Our research has shown that highly processed meat and dairy products continue to dominate school lunch menus. In fact, our recent report looking at California lunch menus showed that only 4% of the entrees offered were plant-based. These findings suggest a significant misalignment with recommendations from leading public health entities to eat more plant-based foods and less meat, but they're also at odds with our nation's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and creating a more climate-resilient food supply. As economic insecurity and our climate crisis intensify, and more than half of Americans suffer from diet-related disease, the need to make school food healthier, more climate-friendly, and accessible to all families is more urgent than ever. The majority of students participating in the National School Lunch Program are eligible for free reduced price meals and rely on school meals for up to half of their daily nutrition, most of whom are low-income students of color. School meals are a critical intervention point to address racial and socioeconomic health disparities among children who lack access to healthy food at home. Up next, you all are going to see our student action video for climate-friendly school food, a short video we made to get youth fired up about engaging in advocacy at their school districts. Because youth voices matter. They are the stakeholders and the customers of school food, so students have an important opportunity to advocate for change. If you enjoy the video, please visit our website at foe.org/school-food to learn how to promote this video on your social media channels. And we invite you to share this video with any students you think might be interested. For more information about our program or to request support on implementing climate-friendly school food strategies, email us at climatefriendlyfood@foe.org.
What is one thing you can do to curb greenhouse gas emissions, improve your health, and save money for your family and school district? Eat more plant-based meals and advocate for plant-based options in your school cafeteria. Why? Because our global food system is responsible for more than 1/3 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and animal products are the most carbon and resource-intensive foods in our diet, requiring massive water and energy inputs. The world's livestock industry alone emits more greenhouse gases than all cars, planes, trains, and ships combined. But that's not the only problem. Overconsumption of meat products and highly processed foods with a bunch of additives, preservatives, or pre-cooked in fat, frozen, and packaged, pose serious health risks to humans. They're linked to a higher rate of obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and in the case of processed meat, even cancer. Americans consume significantly more highly processed foods and meat than is recommended by federal dietary guidelines, and school food is no exception. Food has the power to cultivate healthy communities, and schools across the country serve billions of meals every year, so there's a huge economic, environmental, and health impact associated with how schools use their buying power. Food is also a powerful tool for fighting climate change. If every public school swapped one beef burger for a protein-rich veggie burger just once a month, we would save 1.4 billion pounds of carbon dioxide. That's about the same as planting over 10.5 million trees. What is healthy, climate-friendly school food? It's foods with low carbon and water footprints, plant-based and plant-forward menu options. It's foods that are produced using organic farming practices that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It means minimally packaged foods and the implementation of food waste reduction strategies. More and more schools around the country are responding to the growing demand to serve delicious plant-based foods. Add your voice to the growing movement for climate-friendly food.
By supporting climate-friendly school food options, you are supporting the vision for a more healthy, just, and delicious world. How will you advocate for change in your community? Your voice matters. Take action now. Visit foe.org/school-food to find out more.
All right, so hello everyone. My name is Vanessa Vassell. I am the National Programs Director for Maternal Health and Environmental Justice for Black Millennials for Plant. And I'm super excited today to be a part of Children's Environmental Health Day. This year again, we'll be speaking to you virtually, and I'm so excited to be joined by two of the most amazing food experts that I know. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, and then we'll just get started with the conversation. Who would like to go first?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tamboree Stevenson, founder and CEO of WANDA, which is Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture. We're celebrating our 5th anniversary. And if you see behind my shoulder, it's little Wanda, who was part of the inspiration, but really my daughter was the inspiration of making her. And many may ask, why Wanda? Well, for one, I was the only African American in my nutrition class at the time at Oklahoma State University, and I didn't know the field of nutrition even existed as a kid. And so going beyond the Betty Crocker stereotypes and home economics, it's a real science. And so for me, I thought, how can we create new pipelines and platforms of more Black women and girls seeing themselves as these food heroes in our communities and changing the narrative and image of how we've seen food in our community from farm to health. And so for me, it was important to think about education and advocacy and innovation through the creation of children's books like Little Wanda Finds a Cure for Nana, who Nana has diabetes like mine, who passed from complications back in Oklahoma, but also understanding that it's so important for us to change policies in our mindsets in our communities. And so how can we use the kitchen table to gather women and create sisterhood supper conversations that are based on self-care? And we do that through our Wanda Academy that we launched during the pandemic, through the support of Sibley and DC Healthcare Finance, but now also developing the Wanda Fellowship of placing Black women in stores where they can learn about how to do community nutrition and also learn how to get the proper mentorship and leadership coaching in order to be that food share, whether it's in the form of a registered dietitian or not. And then lastly, developing our endowment at Oklahoma State to ensure that there's in perpetuity funding available through WANDA for Black women pursuing careers in agriculture and nutrition. So those are just small ways in which we're looking to make change and go beyond that, as well as we recently secured a design patent for our little Wanda doll. But we really want to just help our generation and the generation next to inspire and know that they can be the change that they want to see through the power of food in our communities.
Thank you so much for sharing a little bit about your work. I've been so impressed with what you all have done. I'm only familiar with it in the DC area, and to know that you're doing all of these things nationally and of course internationally. I'm just super excited to have you as a part of our conversation. And also we have Eloisa Trinidad who will talk about her work as well.
Thank you, Tamara. I'm just so amazed by both of you and so impressed. Hi, everyone. My name is Eloisa Trinidad. I am the chapter president at Hip Hop is Green in New York City and the executive director at Chili's on Wheels in New York as well. So both organizations are vegan organizations, and our focus is food justice and food sovereignty. And beyond that, we also focus on organic farming as well as sustainability. And so our work really focuses on making healthy food accessible to communities in need, and both organizations do that quite a bit differently. So Hip Hop is Green is the first hip hop plant-based organization in the world. We have been around 12 years as a national organization, and our approach is really working directly with the students, the teachers, the school staff. We provide green dinners. We use the power of music to really bring about change within our communities. As everyone knows, hip hop is global, is worldwide, is one of the biggest ways in which the youth really, receives information. And so we believe in the power of hip hop, and we believe it's a positive force. And so we really use it to reach our youth. Besides green dinners and working directly in the schools through that and through food policies such as the Healthy Future Students and Earth Act, which now is looking to make plant-based food accessible to children across the country and also benefit Black, Indigenous, and women farmers. We also have our Cherry Street project, Cherry Street Farm project. So in that project, we're actually working directly with the students, teaching them Black and Indigenous traditional ways of growing food and really preparing them to be self-sustainable. So our focus on veganism extends from animal welfare, but also creating communities that are self-sustaining. And we believe in the power of food, as Tamra was saying. And through Chili's on Wheels, we work directly with students by actually providing them plant-based foods. So a lot of our students are food insecure. They're also housing insecure. And we have expanded our program during the pandemic to also deliver food at both organizations. So our work is, directly providing the food, providing the nutrition education, and also teaching the farming practices that can hopefully lead us to liberation.
Thank you so much. Eloisa, I did want you to talk a little bit about how you connect your work to policy. You mentioned the policy at the beginning of your introduction. And I'd like you to just talk about that, because a lot of times I think it can also be hard to see how what we're doing for our community or our loved ones can actually turn into a policy that can impact a wider audience.
Absolutely. For us, it's really important to not only directly impact community, but to work on systemic change. And we see policy as a way to do that. We also think school food is extremely important. If our children are not properly nourished, they're not able to pay attention and they're not able to succeed later on in life. For a lot of our children, they're already showing signs of diabetes and heart disease by the time they're 10 years old. And so not only do we have the issue of food access and food insecurity, where people actually don't have food to eat, but also malnutrition stemming from not eating healthy food. And so for the Healthy Future Students and Earth Act, that actually came out of students in New York City complaining that Meatless Mondays was very dairy heavy, and they were still not getting what they were requesting, which was just, we want healthier food. The food in schools, are the same contracts from, the prison system. It is the same people providing our children the food. The USDA has so many regulations as to how and what is served in school, with animal agriculture and the dairy industry having a really huge stronghold, to the point that the first drink offered to our kids is not water, it's milk, right? And water is the most basic thing that you should be drinking. And so we really want to disrupt those systems and make those policy changes. Our parents don't have the time to get a doctor's note. Our parents are working, they're working multiple jobs. A lot of them don't have enough funds. And so when you make certain restrictions, if your child just wants water or wants a different type of milk, for people of the global majority, Black people, people of color, we are not going to process dairy the same way as other folks, right? And we're lactose normal. We're not raised in, our background is not in dairying. And so there's also just racial issues when it comes to food policy across the board. The system is racist, regardless of what we're looking at, whether we're looking at food policy or education policy and so on. And so we're looking to change that and also support our Black and Indigenous farmers and our women farmers as well. And so that's why policy for us is important.
Thank you so much. Man, I have so many comments to make, but we have such a limited time. Tambra, I definitely want to pass the mic to you, so you can talk a little bit about the work, some more about the work that you're doing. In particular, when I look at what you do, I'm super impressed and interested learning more about the advocacy side, about the innovation side. And I just want you to share what you've been up to at Wanda, and for the folks that are watching for Children's Environmental Health Day, takeaways that they may have that they can incorporate in their work, inspired by your expertise and what you've created.
Yeah, I can, happy to do so. And I just wanted to touch on some of the pieces that even Eloise shared, even regarding the comment about milk coming from Oklahoma, where we are meat cattle country, and having active cowboys and cattle ranchers in my family. It is super important, and why I believe not just nutrition education in a Western context matters, but an Afrocentric context matters, because having just traced my own roots back to Nigeria, to Fulanis, where cattle also is very much a part of the landscape, and actually drinking milk from the cattle. But if I'm back in Nigeria, the first thing in the Ruga, which is Hausa for village, you're greeted with Forda Nono, which is milk and millet. And so you drink it from the calabash, and that is how you're welcomed. And I think it's so important to understand these different like mini narratives under the master narrative around like context, cultural pieces do matter in the conversation. And that's why for us at Wanda, it was so critical to produce the children's book like Little Wanda, and her journeys and having kids go on this discovery of understanding like our food and culture and our heritage and celebrate it. Strong food for strong people is our message. And to understand the indigenous food ways of not only in the Americas, but of Africa, and how what it's happening in the global landscape of ag and nutrition, that if we're not aware of it and we're not taught this knowledge that's being missed out of every classroom in this country, then it creates a dynamic where, as so much arable land is available in Africa, we are actually, not even realizing a change is happening under our very eyes in the shifting of a food system that is becoming more fast food available on the continent. And how do we connect as a global Black community to understand that our children here, as much as they are being exposed to food in an environment that's changing, where they're more accepting of Western food systems, and that changes future leaders and who votes and who shapes policies and who is in front of their family and media and what they choose to advocate for. So the more that I find that we educate our children to have cultural pride in themselves, cultural pride in how that is expressed through food and how it's celebrated through our fashion, our music, like all of these pieces is how we incorporate it. And so being able to think about like, how can we leverage technology, digital media, now being a PhD student at American studying media, technology, and democracy, around how food is this expression of democracy. How can we activate our kids to be these food citizens that we see like happening across the pond in Europe? About when we think ourselves as food citizens, we've already been voting with our fork, but how now do we align our value systems even more and saying like, now take that into city council and shape policy. I've already had my kids this year testify on nutrition equity bills, and to understand that this is what it means to take advantage of our membership in this country, that to be able to vote, to own businesses, to have land, these are our birthrights. And if we don't fully use our memberships, this is how membership gets revoked. They'll revoke it regardless, but if we need to use it or we'll lose it. And in my opinion, this is why this idea of incorporating this idea of every woman, every girl is a food hero unlocks this potential and power that has been dormant or has been relegated into this idea that we should just be supporting other businesses versus creating our own. And that's how we can lead and make a difference, is showing our children the pathway to ownership, to leadership, and to seeing the value in their voices to speak up for the change that we want to see in our communities.
Oh my, so many Oh, you had so many gems. Eloisa, did you want to make any reflections before I make any comments?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things, as Tambra was saying, is to teach our children about colonization and how that has shaped the food systems, in the Americas and in Africa. So the term indigenous is not just for people of, the New World, as, it would be called, but all over the world. Europe colonized 84% of the world, changing food systems across the globe. And even with, our African ancestors, there were so many different groups that were brought over. So, your ancestors may be Fulani, mine might be different. And so teaching all those different groups and the different traditions, the different food traditions that came from these various people, these various indigenous people, whether they were indigenous to the Americas, to Africa, or to other parts of the world. And, the children get so excited, when we do these green dinners and they're part of the process of cooking, when we're teaching them to grow food in traditional ways, and they feel so empowered. We're directly in the classrooms. We have all these hip hop artists just rapping about food and growing food, and they're taking notes, and, they're taking out their phones. What was that film you told me about? And so our approach is really just liberation. And, as vegan organization that are Black and Latinx founded, we believe that just as anybody else, we can exist in the wholeness of who we are. And if that wholeness of who we are is about, being kind and thinking of justice for other beings, we want to empower that. We want to empower our children to be the whole beings that they are. And just like any other child, think about sustainability, think about change. How do I impact the world? And so, that's our approach. And we're just amazed by how our youth really is so determined and so focused into affecting change for their own communities. And I think a lot of times that's taken away from our youth because, as Black people and as Afro-Indigenous people and so on, we're so constantly having to think just about survival and how do I make it through the day? Am I going to get stopped today? Am I going to die? You know what I mean? And so we want our children to know that they're capable, and just like everyone else, they're part of this world. And, we have been protecting the planet for very long, and we still have that power regardless of where in the world we are.
Thank you so much for that. And Tambra, do you have any final thoughts? We're wrapping up. Also, please let people know how they can get in touch with you, learn more about Wanda, purchase your book, purchase a Wanda doll. And then I'll also, right when you're done, Eloisa, you can jump right in and do the same thing. Let people know how they can follow you, your work, as well as the policy you mentioned earlier, how they can endorse that if that's something that they choose to do.
Yeah, I would say that always think about how do our values become reflected in everyday life. If we choose to say that we value our planet, we value our community, we value Black businesses, or we value our children's health, how are the decisions that we're making every day reflect that? And so for me, that was building an organization, building really this character, Little Wanda, to express about how do we begin to humanize something that has been dehumanized, not only our bodies and our children's, but also our food. And so food should be alive. It should give us life. It's not just fuel, it's medicine too. And so to be able to celebrate that our cultural foods also are medicine is so critically important. And so if you believe in the work that we're doing at Wanda, you can go to iamwanda.org. We love for you to connect with us on social media. We're on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
Thank you. And Eloisa, same thing. How can they find you, your work, and more about your policy?
So call your representatives, your senators, so we can get, more vegetables, grains, and fruits to our students. And I think, my request for folks is to think about food justice in the entirety of what it is, food sovereignty, right? So the access and the power for us to make our own choices, to grow our own food, and all of the beings that are caught in the food system. So from the folks who are not getting the food, but to those farm workers who are also being exploited, to the land that's also being exploited. I mean, right now, Bill Gates is the biggest landowner in the United States. There's something awfully wrong with that. And so For our work, hiphopisgreen.com is, the hip hop organization that's focused on food justice, and you can find us online, just Hip Hop is Green. Please support us. Our Cherry Street Farm project just launched. We also just developed a 10-week sustainability program for our kids. And so that's over in Seattle, and we're also still providing food assistance. And Chilies on Wheels is chiliesonwheels.org, and you can find us online and also on Instagram as well.
Give a shout out to Just Strategies, Dwayne Wharton, who actually brought the three of us together in our separate work in food justice. And thank you again. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of Children's Environmental Health Day this year, tunes into all the other sessions that are going to be happening today, and of course, engage your community and engage online to get folks to advocate for children when it comes to their environmental health. So thank you all, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
The Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank Child Health Defender sponsor, Sierra Club. Thank you for putting children at the center, supporting our work, and supporting CEH Day events like these. If you would also like to help support CEH Day programming or CEHN's mission for healthy environments for all children to thrive in, please consider texting CEH Day to 44321 today. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you're enjoying the show.
Green the Church is so excited to serve as a partner for Children's Environmental Health Day. Green the Church is a sustainability initiative working to create a cadre of Black church communities committed to green theology, promoting sustainable practices, and building power for political and economic change. Our mission is to explore and expand the role of churches as centers for environmental and economic resilience. As the environmental organization for the Black church, we work to empower church leadership and lay people to develop practical solutions to economic and environmental issues in the Black community. We invite you to connect with us at greenthechurch.org to learn more about our work and how you can get involved. This Children's Environmental Health Day, I'd like to introduce Reverend Lynn Herron, Senior Pastor of New Creation Church of Arden in Arden Arcade, California. Reverend Herron will share some personal reflections as she's had to deal with several families in her congregation impacted by childhood cancer.
Thank you, Kim. I'm excited and honored to be here this morning. I would like to start by just giving insight on where my church is located. New Creation Church is located in the West Arden Arcade area in Sacramento, California. It has been identified as an environmentally challenged community, or otherwise called environmental injustice community. It is a community that has been disproportionately affected by the lack of environmental protection and care. We have one of the highest numbers of childhood illnesses, such as cancer, diabetes, asthma, hypertension, mental illness, premature birth, also premature death rates, and other diseases in our community as well as in my church. The statistics we received states that these childhood issues and illnesses are due to the overexposure to a high number of waste sites, air pollution, automotive exhaust, mold, roast-infested homes, pesticide exposure, unclean water, and just an environmental pollution due to a high percentage of homelessness that live in the Arden Arcade area. I'd like to just take just a moment, a brief moment, to just speak on how the lack of environmental justice have affected many of the church family members that attend New Creation Church. The two families in particularly that I really love very much, one calls me auntie and the other one calls me grandma, even though we are not blood related. I have two 3-year-old toddlers in my congregation that have been diagnosed with cancer. Their families were both informed that the children had cancer at the age of 1. One of the children has cancer in his kidney, and he has had to have his kidney removed, as well as he's also gone through a bout of cancer chemo for about 6 to 7 months. The beautiful blessing about his story is his kidney cancer is now in remission, and he is absolutely a happy and rambunctious 3-year-old little boy. But I do wonder if the environment is better, if he would have had to gone through that. I believe that his cancer being in remission has a lot to do with the faith of his family, as well as the prayers and the support of his church family. And his family has since moved out of the Arden Arcade area, which I believe has given his little body a rest from the constant exposure to the pollution, and that his body may be able to heal properly now. However, the other toddler that is in our church has been diagnosed with brain cancer, and he suffers from multiple seizures at a time. At the age of 2, he had surgery to remove tumors off the front lobe of his brain. During this time of COVID-19, he's had to be air flighted to San Francisco's Children's Hospital, where he endured numerous surgeries. He was there for about 3 to 4 months. He is now home within these last few weeks with his family. However, he went from being a healthy, vibrant, busy, rambunctious, and self-sufficient toddler to not being able to walk or crawl anymore. He's unable to communicate clearly with words. He has a breathing tube now surgically placed in his throat so that he does not stop breathing at night. And he is pretty lethargic most of the time. And although his parents are still very much a part of our church and very much a part of our family, they have recently just moved out of the West Arden Arcade area, and I am so excited about that. And my prayer is that his little body will receive the break it needs from the constant exposure of the pollution in our community so that his body can heal properly. Genesis 1:26 and 28, God tells Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it and have dominion over all the fish of the sea and every living thing that moves on the earth. I realized that God not only gave them the commandment and the responsibility to have dominion to subdue the creatures, but also he gave them the responsibility to have dominion and subdue the earth. And I believe that God is giving us, the church, that same commandment and responsibility today. I believe that God expects the church to be concerned about the things that concerns him. And what concerns him is that his environment here on earth is safe and healthy for his creatures to live on. That it is a safe and healthy place for his children to be able to grow and thrive. God created the earth to provide what we need to sustain us, and when we neglect it, it does the opposite, and it hurts us in many ways, such as childhood cancer and other diseases. We as the church must be concerned about the condition of God's creation. These are just a couple of the stories that I'm sharing with you on this morning, as I have many more of how the lack of the environmental justice has affected my church family and my community. My earnest prayer is that we as believers, we as the church, will take care of the environment, the gift that God has entrusted to us, so that we no longer have to share stories like this of children of stories of babies having to fight to beat childhood cancer and other diseases. My ploy would be that we be good stewards, the faith community, over the gift that God has entrusted to us.
Thank you, Governor Northam, for proclaiming October 14th Children's Environmental Health Day in Virginia.
Hola, mi nombre es Roxana Amaya Fuentes, soy la asistente del programa de Eco Healthy Childcare, EHCC. Gracias por acompañarnos para Children's Environmental Health Day, el Día de la Salud Ambiental Infantil. Nuestra organización Children's Environmental Health Network, CEH, la Red de Salud Ambiental Infantil, es una organización nacional sin fines de lucro y nuestra misión es proteger a los niños de los peligros ambientales y promover un medio ambiente saludable. Además, somos la única organización nacional en los Estados Unidos con una misión específica, Somos los líderes en cambio climático, prevención del cáncer, cuidado y salud infantil. También tenemos comités asesores y juntas que representan a más de 30 líderes gubernamentales, comunitarios y académicos. La salud ambiental de los niños incluye el aire que respiran, el agua y los alimentos que consumen, donde ellos viven, aprenden y juegan. Los niños de hoy viven en un ambiente diferente al de las generaciones anteriores. Han experimentado cambios rápidos que incluyen productos químicos artificiales que no solo afectan el medio ambiente, sino también nuestra salud. Es importante tener en cuenta que los niños no son adultos pequeños. Ellos son más vulnerables a las exposiciones de peligros ambientales porque sus órganos aún se están desarrollando y su metabolismo no es tan eficiente en comparación con los adultos. Ellos también tienen diferentes comportamientos, por ejemplo, se llevan las manos a la boca, pasan más horas cerca del suelo y esto puede exponerlos a sustancias en las alfombras o también en las carpetas. Y tener una exposición crónica durante las primeras etapas del desarrollo hace que los niños corran un mayor riesgo de sufrir efectos adversos para la salud en el futuro que pueden estar relacionados con la exposición a peligros ambientales. Y como mencioné anteriormente, los niños en general son vulnerables a las exposiciones ambientales, pero los niños de bajos ingresos y los niños de color corren un riesgo mucho mayor porque las comunidades de color y las comunidades de bajos ingresos experimentan factores inequitativos como la discriminación en la vivienda, racismo histórico, altas tasas de pobreza y tienen más probabilidades de vivir cerca de instalaciones contaminantes o peligrosas que conducen a las inequidades de la salud. Desafortunadamente, el cuidado infantil siempre ha tenido fondos insuficientes. A los proveedores no se les paga lo suficiente a pesar de que son esenciales para nuestra economía y el desarrollo de los niños. Los centros de cuidado infantil en los Estados Unidos inscriben a más de 11 millones de niños de edades de 5 años y los niños y los proveedores pasan la mayor parte de su tiempo en estos centros, lo que los convierte en uno de los ambientes más importantes que pueden afectar su salud. Nuestro programa Eco Healthy Childcare es un programa de nuestra organización premiado y basado en la ciencia. Es el único programa nacional de respaldo de salud ambiental para proveedores de educación y cuidado infantil. En el 2019 fuimos premiados con el premio Cleaner Excellence Award, el premio a la excelencia en aire limpio de la Environmental Protection Agency, la Agencia de Protección Ambiental de Estados Unidos, y en el 2013 el premio Environmental Health Innovation, la innovación en salud ambiental de la National Environmental Health Association, la Asociación Nacional de Salud Ambiental. Y nuestro programa se enfoca a proteger a los niños y proveedores de estos peligros en los centros de cuidado infantil. El programa respalda a los centros que cumplen con 24 de las 30 mejores prácticas y se les entrega un certificado de respaldo que es válido por 2 años y luego debe renovarse. Ofrecemos soluciones gratuitas o de bajo costo para esos centros que están en el proceso de trabajar para obtener su aprobación. Por ejemplo, usar solo agua fría al preparar la fórmula en polvo, seleccionar productos sin fragancias o colocar una alfombra rugosa en la entrada del centro para limpiar los zapatos después de jugar afuera. Y nuestro programa incluye un plan de estudios de capacitación de 5 horas para profesionales y tenemos un curso de aprendizaje disponible en inglés y español ubicado en Pro Solutions y en el centro de aprendizaje en línea de Emory, que los proveedores pueden tomar para obtener horas de aprendizaje. Y nuestro programa ha respaldado más de 2,000 centros de cuidado infantil que atienden a más de 70,000 niños. Y nuestro programa cubre una variedad de temas de salud ambiental, desde el control de plagas hasta el radón, y para cada uno de estos temas tenemos hojas de datos disponibles en inglés y en español. Y también tenemos recursos bilingües sobre el COVID-19. Y la fuerza laboral del cuidado infantil está compuesta principalmente por mujeres negras y morenas en edad fértil. Entonces, esto se convierte en un problema de equidad y la justicia ambiental porque coloca a los proveedores en alto riesgo de exposición a peligros ambientales que pueden afectar su salud. Y las empresas propiedad de minorías representan el 60% del cuidado infantil y el aprendizaje temprano. Y de los 2 millones de educadores de la primera infancia en el país, al menos una quinta parte son inmigrantes. Y desde el marzo de 2020, el Congreso promulgó miles de millones de dólares en alivio a través de la ley CARES, la ley de asignaciones suplementarias de respuesta y alivio del coronavirus y la ley del plan del rescate estadounidense. Además de estos recursos, el Congreso proporcionó a los estados recursos de estímulo para poder invertir en pequeñas empresas y muchos de ellos se utilizaron para fortalecer la salud, la seguridad y el suministro de centros de cuidado infantil. Y con la pandemia ha aumentado la atención a las prácticas de limpieza y desinfección y desafortunadamente muchos productos de limpieza y desinfección contienen ingredientes que son dañinos. Por ejemplo, el amoníaco, el branqueador con cloro lesionan la piel, los ojos y pueden agravar el asma. Y aunque existen productos de limpieza y desinfección ecológicos, certificados y seguros, son de difícil acceso porque son caros y es posible que los proveedores no tengan los recursos económicos para comprarlos. Y entonces esto resulta en un acceso de desigualdad a las opciones saludables que pueden exacerbar las disparidades de salud en las comunidades de raza negra, morena y de bajos ingresos. Y además de eso, muchos proveedores no están completamente preparados sobre el tema de salud ambiental de los niños, lo que a menudo no se incluye en un desarrollo profesional o en los sistemas de calificación de calidad de los estados. En respuesta al COVID-19, hemos demostrado nuestro liderazgo en el apoyo, con el apoyo de los Centros para el Control y la Prevención de Enfermedades. Participamos en una colaboración de cuidado y educación temprana para reducir el COVID-19 en los centros de cuidado infantil. Creamos nuevos recursos en inglés y español sobre la limpieza, la desinfección, ventilación y calidad del aire. Y nos reunimos con los departamentos de salud estatales que también están trabajando en el desarrollo de recursos para continuar apoyando a los proveedores y proporcionamos seminarios de web que tenían más de 4,000 profesionales que se inscribieron. Gracias nuevamente por acompañarnos en el Día de la Salud Ambiental Infantil. Si le gustaría más información o tiene alguna pregunta, por favor comuníquese con nosotros. Adiós.
The Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank our Children's Environmental Health Day sponsors. Thank you for making today possible, for supporting our work, and for always putting children at the center. We'd especially like to thank our CEH Day sponsors, the American Public Health Association, and the Environmental Defense Fund, as well as the individuals who have donated leading up to today and have already donated today. If you'd like to join our community of support, you can text to donate. Just text CEH Day to 44321. That's CEH Day to 44321.
I'm Jerry Paulson, Emeritus Professor of Pediatrics at George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and Emeritus Professor of Environmental and Occupational Health at the G.W. Milken Institute School of Public Health. We are very happy to have this opportunity to, in observance of Children's Environmental Health Day, to be discussing electromagnetic fields and concerns about the impact of electromagnetic fields on the health of children. The issue of exposure to electromagnetic fields is clearly an issue deserving more attention than it has received to date. Cell phones, Wi-Fi connected tablets, and cell towers all use radio frequency radiation to communicate. Some of wireless radiation is absorbed into our bodies. And children are uniquely vulnerable to this radiation as they are uniquely vulnerable to so many other environmental health hazards. They absorb radio frequency radiation more deeply into their brains and their bodies in particularly because they have a thinner skull and smaller heads, and their brains are rapidly developing as opposed to those brains of adults. Additionally, children have a longer lifetime than we as adults do for problems to develop. At the present time, cell phones are a primary source of exposure to electromagnetic fields for children and are regulated by the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC. Today's regulations are not protective of either adults or children. I'm joined by two wonderful individuals today, each of whom bring a great deal of expertise to this discussion. Theodoro Scorato is a clinical social worker and executive director of Environmental Health Trust, a scientific think tank focused on research and policy to reduce public health impacts from toxic environmental exposures. Scorato is a lead policy analyst for the EHT database on international policy actions to reduce wireless exposure and has championed several successful efforts to protect children's health. Her advocacy on safe technology led to the Maryland State Commission on Children's Environmental Health reviewing the issue of cell phone radiation, wireless radiation, and issuing recommendations on how to reduce wireless radiation from tablets and other wireless devices used in schools. EHT was a lead petitioner in a landmark lawsuit against the FCC regarding their safety guidelines for exposure to wireless radiation, and the organization is working to support awareness on why and how to reduce wireless radiation nationwide. Dr. Aluma Uche is a postdoctoral fellow with the Environmental Working Group, a nonprofit health research and advocacy organization with headquarters in Washington, D.C. Dr. Uche conducts research using statistical models and methods to evaluate data in the fields of environmental health sciences and public health. She and Dr. Olga Nandenko recently published a paper entitled Development of Health-Based Exposure Limits for Radio Frequency Radiation from Wireless Devices using a benchmark dose approach, which appeared in Environmental Research in July. Aluma, can you please describe the unique approach that you used in this research and the results of your research?
Thank you so much. So before I kind of talk to us about the unique approach that we use in our study and also our findings, is worth mentioning why we actually conducted this study. The current FCC exposure standard for radio frequency radiation was set in 1996, and this standard was based on studies from the 1970s and 1980s that found behavioral changes in animals that were exposed to radio frequency radiation. With the latest science linking radio frequency radiation exposure to adverse health impacts, such as the increased risks of cancer in the heart, brain, and even the thyroid gland, neurological disorders, developmental reproductive disorders, and so on, you expect the FCC to update its standard, but that never happened. So at EWG, we reviewed the latest science, by using incident data from the 2018 National Toxicology Program study to estimate an exposure limit that would adequately protect children and adults against adverse impacts associated with radio frequency radiation exposure. One thing we need to note is the fact that the NTP study is one of the largest long-term studies on the health effects of radio frequency radiation exposure. So for our study, we kind of relied on the methodology developed by the Environmental Protection Agency, that's EPA, to assess human health risks, arising from toxic chemical exposure. So with that methodology, our analysis, results of analysis suggests an exposure guideline for children that is 200 to 400 times lower than the current FCC whole body exposure limit of 0.08 watts per kilogram. For adults, that should be 20 to 40 times lower than the FCC limit. So EWG kind of recommends that the Federal Communication Commission, that's FCC, adjust these outdated health standards for wireless radiation, that was last reversed a quarter century ago, well before the wireless devices became everywhere, heavily used appliances, even with modern life. So with the latest science to protect the general population, especially children. So with advanced technology changes and, substantial evidence linking radio frequency radiation exposure to adverse impacts, simple steps to reduce our exposure are strongly encouraged. And my colleague will also be talking to us about these steps.
Thank you very much, Aluma. I think the information that you and your colleague have produced will hopefully motivate the FCC to begin to change its regulations. But let me ask you, Theodora, to expand on what Aluma already started to talk about in terms of reducing personal exposure to cell phone radiation and the use of their technology, other technologies in the home more safely, and how can people support efforts for safe technology in their communities?
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here today. So you talked about children's greater exposure. They have both deeper penetration into their body, and also they're going to be exposed for a longer time and their brains are still developing. So the first thing that we recommend for people to do in their homes is start with your home, take a look at what you have in your home and think about reducing the time of exposure and also that distance from the device. And then swapping out things that you might have that you can really easily make to be wired rather than wireless. So starting with your cell phone, don't keep the cell phone to your head, put it on speaker, text more, turn it off more, use a corded phone. Children, especially babies or toddlers, keep the phone away from their head. So when you're using a device, be aware of children, because a lot of times, and I know I did this when I was a young mother, I would hold the baby and the phone at the same time, really unaware that the phone was emitting radiation. Also, when you're in a moving vehicle, your device actually will go to high power. So when you're in a car, turn devices off. That's of course safer as well, but even for everyone in the car, have your wireless devices turned off at night. Don't sleep with the phone near the bed. Don't think about whatever wireless devices you might have in your bedroom. When I've gone to people's homes, they often have wireless gaming consoles, all kinds of wireless devices that are in the bedroom, and you can get them out, get the electronics out of the bedroom, the screens out of the bedroom, so that can be a time when your body can rest. And that's a simple thing, is to turn off when not in use, and then look into getting corded connections whenever possible. So just to show you, this is an adapter so that I can plug my computer in with a wired connection, because it doesn't have a port for the Ethernet. So you plug in with Ethernet. It's also faster, and you don't have a lot of dropped calls with Zoom and all of the virtual learning. So getting hooked up with an Ethernet connection in your home, Think about with your computer and your setup using wired things such as your mouse, choosing a mouse with a cord, your printer, connecting it with an Ethernet. If you have gaming consoles or all of the speakers and all of these devices, these electronics we have now, choose the wired option or have it on a power strip where you can actually turn it off. One of the important things that I learned about wireless devices that I didn't know when I first got into this about a decade ago was that they are always connecting with their what's called a base station. So a phone is always checking in with the cell tower. And likewise, a Wi-Fi or wireless device is always checking in with its base station, the router or whatever it's connecting with. And even when you're not using it, it's connecting. And that connection is creating these emissions, which are then absorbed into us when we're near the device. So there are a lot of other things that we have online and share in the resources section as to how you can reduce exposure. But one of the most important things that we need to do to elevate this issue to get the meaningful policy changes that are needed is to address the lack of federal regulations that are protective. We really recommend raising awareness on this issue in your community with your friends and family and with your elected officials so they know about this issue and they are putting children front and center. Children's health needs to be the question at hand when we look at any policy or how is this going to affect children's health and what protections do we have in place. We also need protections in terms of where cell towers are being placed. So in your community, find out what the rules are about cell tower placement. And there's some communities that have setbacks for schools and for homes and for parks and for playgrounds to ensure that there's a distance between the cell towers and where we live, work, and play, and where our children are. So advocating for more protections in terms of placement of infrastructure is really important. Many countries have far more protective regulations in place. And I think the United States needs to be on the forefront and not right now where we are, which is where we have these regulations, which are decades old. So in France, for example, they post the radio frequency radiation levels in the environment publicly, and they even do real-time measurements. But in the United States, the Environmental Protection Agency was defunded from taking measurements and also from setting proper safety standards and putting them in place. So all of these things have to change, and we hope you'll get involved.
Can you suggest places that folks can go to get some additional information to help them dig into facts about radio frequency exposure and human health?
There are tons of resources, like if you go to ewg.org, we have guide to safer cell phone use. The Environmental Health Trust also has resources on how to reduce wireless exposure in our homes. There are a couple of other information released by the New Jersey Educational Association that we can always go to as well. The American Academy of Pediatrics also has lots of information about radio frequency radiation and how to reduce that. So there are tons of resources that we all can go to understand how to reduce our exposure to radio frequency radiation. And not to forget, there are tons of literature out there that tells us more about the health impact of radio frequency radiation. So we need to read to understand these health impacts and also to minimize our exposure to them.
Thank you both very much. You now have information that you can use to ask the Federal Communications Commission to update its regulations and take the special needs of children into account. Make sure that your own community protects kids. Be in touch with your mayor or county council. before new cell towers are installed. Contact your school board to help them decide about children's exposure to radio frequency radiation in schools. And finally, consider how to reduce radio frequency exposure in your own home. That does not take regulation on the part of anybody. That's something each and every one of us can do.
It's Children's Environment Health Day in Washington, D.C. Thank you!
Hi, welcome. I'm Shankar Sitaraman. I am a math professor at Howard University. I also volunteer for the Sierra Club, leading hikes and things like that. And I'm also a board member with the Children's Environmental Health Network. Again, welcome to Children's Environmental Health Day. I have with me William Maxwell. Max volunteers for the Sierra Club, and the children, the neighborhood that he talked about, especially for those who are not from DC, it's in the southeast part of DC, across the Anacostia River. He has been running the program for the the Inspiring Connections Outdoors program. It used to be called Inner City Outings, and he's been doing a lot of great work over the years. And so Max, could you please go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and ICO?
My name is William Maxwell, and I go by Max. And I've been in the ICO since about 2002. I have led the group since about 2006. The chapter that I run has one operation at present, although we have had several sites in past years, and that is an area called Highland Addition. The Highland Addition housing project is an older housing project. We actually operate on the steps of what is now Achievement Prep because we have no site there, no community association that is has a space for us. So it's always been the most, I'll say, independent of the ICO operations in DC, and it is the longest standing and probably serves the kids in the most need of any that we have served in the past. We take kids from the neighborhood, generally somewhere between 6 to 30 children, depending upon the number of volunteers that we have available and the number of children in the neighborhood, because the neighborhood is very transitory. Families move in and out, and we will take these kids on hiking and camping and swimming and ice skating, occasionally overnight camping, although that's been somewhat challenging with the number of volunteers that we've been able to attract, and most importantly, the volunteer leaders.
There is a lot of work, great work being done by groups such as CEH to make a safe and pollution-free environment for children. It is also so important to have children be out in nature, connect with nature, and generally have an appreciation for our environment, the trees and the animals and the forest. And not just mentally, but also physically, forests and trees provide more oxygen. So it is important for them to get that fresh air in their lungs too. What have you noted about the community in terms of the access to nature and environment and outdoor activities and green space and all those kind of things?
The neighborhood is, does not have a lot of trees or parks in the immediate neighborhood. There are some parks a few blocks away of relatively small size, and there is actually a stream that is fairly close, but it's not what I would call the most pleasant of hiking experiences. So most of the kids, we take them out quite a bit away from their neighborhood, generally 15-minute to 2-hour drive, depending on where we're going. It's quite a bit different than what they're used to. And you can see that, when they're there, they'll see a interesting insect, and their first instinct is to kill it. And we try to instill in the kids there's some appreciation for nature, and they can just look at things and ideally not pick them up and put them in a cup and carry them all around and stress the animal out and take them away from their probable home.
So it's pretty stark, you're saying, the contrast between the places, the community where they are, and the places where you take them.
Yes, the funds that the various communities in the DC regions are able to spend on parks is quite different. And Northern Virginia parks are generally very well maintained and have a park ranger there and a nature center.
It must be quite a new experience for the children. And so how do they react? Are they really enjoying it, or and do you feel like it's really helping them to be outside, coming to these new places?
It's certainly healthy to take hikes and do other outdoor activities.
It's so beneficial to children. Connection to nature is so fundamental to our lives. And so many children, especially in the inner cities, grow up in concrete jungles without enough exposure to nature and the trees and forests and rivers. What uh, what ideas or suggestions do you have for improving the access of children in inner city neighborhoods and in general minority communities, improving access and um, is helping them to spend more time outdoors in nature and in different experiences like the swimming and ice skating that you talked about?
Certainly. And I'm sure that some schools have some programs to get kids out into nature. The Sierra Club program is a very good program, challenged with getting enough volunteers to support the kids that would like to go on these trips. And based upon the response that I see in the Highlands edition, and we've seen in other neighborhoods, there's definitely much more demand than there is supply. So, I think the Sierra Club and other organizations can think creatively as to how to make regular opportunities to get kids out into the parks. The schools will have school buses, so I could imagine that the schools could partner with organizations such as the ICO and have more, I'll say, regular opportunities for a larger number of kids to do what we do. It would also need a larger number of volunteers, which is the challenge that I keep coming back to.
Thank you so much. It was great work, and wish you all the best, and wish the organization all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for contacting me about this opportunity. And it's been a pleasure talking with you. And if anyone is interested in looking up our organization, we are on Meetup, and we are called the DC Space ICO. And then in parentheses, Sierra Club Avenues. But if you just put DC Space ICO, you'll find us and hopefully join us on a trip in the coming months.
So thank you again to Mr. Maxwell, and thank you for listening, and thank you for coming, and enjoy the rest of the Children's Environmental Health Day. Thank you. Have a great day.
everyone. We are extremely happy to be here. My name is Christopher Walker, Senior Program Analyst for National Environmental Health Association, and I am here with a few of my colleagues to support Children's Environmental Health Day. In our support, we will discuss the COVID-19 Early Care and Education Project funded by CDC, where a collaborative approach was used to develop resources to support early care and education providers and other stakeholders. This project, titled Supporting Environmental Health Capabilities and Engagement in COVID-19 and Response Efforts in Early Care and Education, brings COVID-19 resources to early care and education providers. The need for guidance on cleaning practices is especially necessary for early care and education facilities, where many children spend a majority of their active hours during the day and may be at increased risk for exposure to COVID-19 and other environmental health hazards. Resources developed from this project will give early care and education providers and health departments the ability to improve environmental health for children during COVID-19 and supporting their critical roles in protecting children's health. We have here today members of the collaborative and supplemental state projects representing their organization to help in the discussion. Let's meet them. Please introduce yourselves.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Hester Paul. I'm the National Director of our Eco Healthy Childcare Program at the Children's Environmental Health Network.
Hello, my name is Ali Aslam. I'm a senior analyst on the environmental health team at the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials.
Hi, my name is Amina Roy. I'm a senior program analyst with the National Association of County and City Health Officials.
I'm Sarah Goodwin. I'm a policy analyst at the National Center for Healthy Housing.
Hi there, my name is Allison Buck-Preedy, and I am the Health Educator and Community Involvement Coordinator for the Ohio Department of Health Health Assessment Section, which is the title of our ATSDR Apple Tree program.
Awesome. So happy that you all agreed to participate in this discussion. Now let's get to it. Our first question, how important was it to develop resources for early care and education providers during COVID-19? And we will start with Children's Environmental Health Network, Hester.
So the issue of the COVID pandemic was that it highlighted the importance of environmental health issues and best practices more than we've ever seen before. And so in the onset of the pandemic, people were reacting, trying to figure out what to do with ever-changing guidance from the CDC and other places. So it was important to have a grouping of national entities come together to develop resources and making sure that there was continuity between the best practice recommendations, so that no matter where a child care professional would look to their kind of respected national entity, they were receiving the same guidance of what to do in order to stay open as a facility. So as a whole, we saw that a lot of individuals in the child care industry actually closed their doors initially. Some of them were able to stay open, but it was very important for them to understand what they could do to keep children safe and also keep parents from being concerned that their children might be exposed unnecessarily to the pandemic. So I think it was very integral for all of us to come together and create resources so that they felt supported. Another interesting fact is we found that family child care facilities were able to sustain staying open more so than center-based facilities. And I think one reason for that is that they're small, and so they were more easily able to kind of adapt their practices to meet the best practice guidelines that were being put forth by the CDC.
Yes, and just to echo Hester's comments, NACHO does a profile study every few years and has found that local health departments often work closely with childcare facilities and schools. And so we found that even from the sort of local public health perspective, it was important to have accurate guidance on what should be going on in children's environmental health and daycares during COVID, particularly because, as Hester had also said, there was a lot of, especially in the early days, just a lot of conflicting guidance, a lot of new information emerging. And so making sure that we had one sort of reliable source for all of that information was really important for our members.
Yes, we know what happens when we have conflicting information going across. So I definitely can relate to that. I would love to know, Ali, what's ASTO doing, or what do they do in response to resources created?
Sure. So yeah, we definitely also think it's incredibly important to develop these resources to protect children and staff in ECE facilities. ASTO has been pretty busy, like a lot of other organizations throughout the pandemic, developing resources for a range of public health concerns. So we also think it's important to support state efforts because in many states, state health agencies are the ones who are engaging with the facilities through environmental inspections and also serve as a really important resource for ECE facilities. So supporting state efforts in developing the much needed guidance around food safety, cleaning and disinfection, and indoor air quality definitely is a priority for ASTO.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We're now going to go to the next question. How were you able to adapt from initially developing resources, working on cleaning and disinfection and food handling, to converting to indoor air quality and ventilation? As for Neha, I remember attending a listening session on COVID small group call facilitated by Hester at Children's Environmental Health Network. This virtual call included a few early care and education providers that were looking for guidance in dealing with indoor air quality to protect from COVID. We later had kind of a one-on-one meeting with Children's Environmental Health, and Hester reaffirmed kind of the need for indoor air quality guidance for early care and education providers. So seeing that gap in need, Neha, we decided to work towards standing in the gap, where we developed a checklist, as well as it included recommendations to check for improving indoor air quality. And we also had a needs assessment or field assessment that we were able to incorporate some of those same questions to make sure that we were mindful of indoor air quality and ventilation. So that's what we did on our end. I'll go to Sarah. Sarah, what was some of the ways that you adapted to have indoor air quality?
Sure. So, as NCHH was creating a healthy homes guide for cleaning and disinfection, we had always planned to include a ventilation section kind of in our outline of that guide. So, as the focus sort of shifted to indoor air quality and ventilation, we just really kind of shifted our focus then to emphasize that section kind of among the other things we had been working on. And then as we finalized the original guide and moved to developing additional materials, we focused them more around ventilation to kind of reflect that kind of changing science and guidance. We tried to sort of de-emphasize cleaning and disinfection as the primary strategy and move toward kind of our providing guidance and messaging for how to do it safely and effectively as part of this larger strategy to combat the virus, that included wearing masks and social distancing and then properly ventilating. And I would also just wanted to say that kind of throughout this process, the frequent conversations we had with NEHA and CDC, as well as with the whole collaborative, were really helpful for us sort of checking in about that shift and how others were reacting to it and what new materials they were going to be putting out, so that we could kind of get a good picture for how all the different organizations were kind of reacting to that changing science and guidance.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yes, the collaborative was extremely beneficial to just having that conversation in a group format. Just to see what was done at the state and territorial officials, I will go with you, Ali. What did you have?
Yeah, for sure. So ASTO convenes a few different peer groups, but one that was pretty instrumental for our transition to addressing the indoor air quality piece was convening a group of state environmental health directors. So states and territories have been able to come together as a part of this peer group for a long time, even prior to the pandemic. But during the pandemic, we were able to facilitate conversations with these EH directors to talk about emerging issues throughout the pandemic. And this was one of the issues that had come up. So we were facilitating conversations and we were able to keep a pulse of how these EH priorities were kind of shifting throughout the pandemic, conducting surveys. We did some polling activities. And so the data that we collected from our EH directors was really instrumental in helping us to shift in addressing the indoor air quality piece. And so once we identified that as a priority, we really shifted to compiling federal guidance in this area and also collecting state best practices to help with some information sharing at the state level.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Ali. Now we're going to go to our next question. How were you able to put these resources together? And who did you connect with? And we're going to go to Allison with Ohio Department of Health. What relationships were cultivated and how important was collaborating?
Yeah. So I'll start out by saying that, as far as how we were able to put the resources together, we truly wouldn't have been able to do it without the collaboration piece of it. It truly was essential in our developing resources for schools and ECEs regarding cleaning and disinfection to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So to start off with, I mean, we relied on the sort of funding opportunity from our federal partner ATSBR to expand our typical authority to move more from environmental assessment to something that was a little outside of our wheelhouse. We also relied on federal expertise from agencies like US EPA and CDC, like a few others have pointed out, for the sort of ever evolving information that was coming out in the new science. That allowed us to actually develop the resources that we ended up putting together for schools and ECEs. So we needed things like information on cleaning products, safety information, alternative solutions in case, maybe name brand disinfection products were out of stock and they had to be made at home, that sort of thing. So federal expertise in that sense was really important. But at the same time, we also just as much relied on state and local partners, partners like the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services and the Ohio Department of Education, who are the two agencies in our state who oversee sort of the licensing and hold the expertise on ECEs and schools. We also relied on fellow ODH programs like the school nursing program. And really, like, these programs helped us reach our intended audiences and distribute materials. So, we sort of had some vague ideas about who we could, help us out reach these audiences that maybe we don't always work with. And so, yeah, they were just really instrumental in getting to those audiences and getting our materials out there.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Allison. Is there anyone else who wants to respond to this question?
Yeah, I can respond to that question. So back at kind of the beginning of the pandemic, at the beginning of the project, we had started with just a scan of available guidance, which we organized into that outline. I mentioned kind of covering the different sections and audiences that we wanted to include in the guide. And that process was helpful because then as we went through the outline and developed each section of the guide, we got in kind of a rhythm with our review process with CDC and NEHA, where kind of as we completed each section, we could talk about just that section, with the experts and our partners at CDC and NEHA. We were calling in to kind of go through and figure out if there was any adjustments we needed to make to that guidance. So we had that process set up for kind of every section, and then we asked other partners to review, as appropriate for more specific kind of questions or more specific audiences. So, for example, we asked CEHN to review the guide specifically for an ECE audience and specifically around those concerns.
So we first went to kind of our natural group, which are a lot of the national early care and education organizations and associations, and tried to get kind of our bearings on what information they had or what they needed. We also came to this collaborative to make sure we were giving consistent messages. But something I'd like to highlight that was particularly interesting for us was really engaging with the state health departments that received the COVID funding as well. So there were 16 different state health departments that received funding additionally. And one of the tasks that Children's Environmental Health Network had was to facilitate some small group discussions, which were really quite informal and just bringing groups together. They could opt in or out. Typically, we'd have about 5 or 6 states talking at a time, where they were sharing kind of best practices, they were sharing challenges, brainstorming together with basically how to either create a resource, use somebody else's resource that had already been created that would maybe be nationally applicable and not necessarily state specific. And then from there was brainstorming of how do you take a step further and really integrate these resources or these potential standards or best practices for the long term. And so just supporting departments of health and understanding how to engage maybe more comprehensively with childcare licensing or state-by-state quality rating improvement systems, so that once we know what the best practices are around cleaning, sanitizing, disinfecting, or ventilation, how do you take those best practice standards and set them into the systems that already exist for early care and education, so that you kind of have these strategies for the long haul, which I think is the hope for all of us, is that we don't want just these environmentally safe practices during the pandemic, but maybe a silver lining is that there's greater attention to these environmental health issues, and we can integrate them into standards so that anybody who's licensed within a specific state would have to adhere to, making sure that they're paying attention to the particulars that need to be paid attention to.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And I think we're reaching our time limit. But thank you all for the wonderful discussion. Thank you for all you've done in the collaborative. I would like to thank all the panelists. You've just been awesome just for all of the resources that you've created in real time. For those listening, thank you for taking the time to see the hard work from these great organizations, as well as the benefit of collaboration. As I close, I want to acknowledge that this project was supported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The contents are those of the authors and do not necessarily represent the official views of nor an endorsement by CDC or the U.S. government. But thank you all so very much for being here, and we're so happy to support Children's Virtual Environmental Health Day. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank Child Health Defender sponsor National Wildlife Federation. Thank you for supporting our work, CEH Day events, and for always putting children at the center. If you would like to help support CEHN's mission of healthy environments for all children to thrive in, or to support CEH Day programming or resources, please text CEH Day to 44321. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you're having a great Children's Environmental Health Day.
Welcome, everyone. Happy Children's Environmental Health Day. I'm Leyla McCurdy. I'm a board member of Children's Environmental Health Network, and I will serve as the moderator for today's panel discussion, Teaching Youth About Climate Change and Health. We have a fantastic panel of speakers. Dr. Samantha Ahood is a pediatrician and founder of Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action. Dr. Megan Lashaw is an associate scientist at Bloomberg School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University. Reverend Dr. Olivia Bryan Undergrove is a minister with ministries across generations and a pastor at Independence Christian Church. And Ms. Ria Goswami is a high school senior and is the co-founder and executive director of Environmental Justice Coalition. Climate change is the greatest threat to public health. Children are particularly vulnerable to the physical and mental health impacts of climate change. Children from poor families and from communities of color are even more vulnerable. We all need to work together to prevent climate change and its impacts on health. And education is the first step in that effort. During this panel discussion, our panelists will discuss the importance of educating children about the human health impacts of climate change and talk about the gaps in education. They will share approaches used by trusted leaders with diverse expertise and backgrounds, highlighting successes and lessons learned. And they will share tips and resources for educating youth on climate and health. Now, I would like to invite our panelists to make brief remarks about their work to educate youth on climate change. After that, we will have a discussion with the panelists where we will explore the topic in more depth. And if I may invite Dr. Samantha Ahood to make her remarks, and then we'll take turns with the other panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Layla. It's my pleasure to be here talking with you all today as part of this panel. I wanted to touch a little bit today about mental health, children's mental health and climate change. And I think for too long, we've been telling kids that they will be responsible for solving climate change, that not us, and that as they're looking at the world changing, they see that we haven't instituted real solutions. And I think this is what's led in large part to their tremendous anxiety, the tremendous mental health effects, including anger, which is disrupting a lot of trust in our youth's government, in our society, and in their quality of life. And to protect kids' mental health, not to mention their physical health and safety, we need to demonstrate our commitment to solutions and talk about these solutions and really shift the conversation away towards what we're doing to protect children. Our kids need our action. They need to see that we love them, that we care for them. And that's why we are working to protect them, because that's what adults are supposed to do. And that's what makes kids feel safe. So as a pediatrician, I really look for the opportunities to talk to kids about what we are doing to protect them. And I can say that proudly as a physician in Virginia about what I'm doing personally, what clinicians are doing, Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action, and also practical things I always incorporate about how to keep kids safe in our changing world. For example, I always talk with families and children about how to stay safe from warmer summers, about steps that they can take so that they can remain active and healthy in the warming temperatures. So bottom line is, I think that in order for our children to support their mental health, support their trust in us as an adults, and their trust in me as their pediatrician, demonstrating our commitment to solutions is a great step. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ahu, that's a really great way to start our panel discussion, and you described it so well. And now I would like to ask Dr. Lashaw to talk about her activities regarding educating children and her insights. Thank you.
Sure. So I am very active, as those on the panel know, with the American Public Health Association, and our environment section several years ago saw a couple articles that really got us talking about the fact that I think the statistic was that most teachers don't teach climate change, but 4 in 5 parents wished that they did. 4 in 5 parents wished that teachers would teach climate change. And so from that statistic, we started talking about, well, we're the environmental section at the American Public Health Association. What can we do to help teach about climate change? And so we started to dig around to see if somebody had already invented or created some sort of tool on how to teach climate and change, but also because we're the American Public Health Association, we didn't want to just teach about climate change. We wanted to teach about the health impacts of climate change. And so we found only one real curriculum or lesson planning toolkit from the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences. And we decided to use those materials, but we adapted them to our audience because they were created for teachers. And so they were very much adapted to their perspective. And we changed them to be a little bit more adapted for public health professionals. And so we've been working on planning on how we can roll this out and how we can get people to use this tool in the classroom. And I'm hoping to talk a little bit about that more as we dig a little deeper into the session.
Thank you so much, Megan. Yes, as a member of the American Public Health Association, I'm really proud of all the work that is going on there, on climate change and health. And as the Children's Environmental Health Committee of the American Public Health Association, we have been very also active, specifically targeting education around children's vulnerabilities under the climate change that is really haunting us. And we have put out fact sheets and are really eager to continue our work with you as well. We can do this only if we all work together. And I think this panel is another example of how all of us from different professions and different communities possibly, really need to come together if we are going to solve this, huge problem that we are and our children are facing. With that, Dr. Optigro, if I can ask you to make a few remarks, and then we'll go to Ria to hear her perspective about what's going on. From, we as adults can speak about this and recognize some things, but her views are going to be critically important in this conversation. So Dr. Optigro, if you could kindly tell us about your wonderful work.
Thank you. I'm very humbled to be here. I am the pastoral faith representative, which means I come with a very different perspective of ways to talk about creation care. But the keeps coming back to me, interfaith, the fact that all faiths find creation to be central of God's work, or whatever you refer to the divine being as, that everybody is constantly seeking a way of connecting to earth and beyond and understanding those interconnectedness. And a lot of my faith work works with intergenerational, the reality that we have moved to such personal selfishness that so often we're not really able to relate to one another. And as I was listening to the doctors, the ongoing realities of society and its individualism is one of the primary reasons that we aren't relational enough to give the support needed. And that so much of our faith in my Christian background is about communion and community. And we've lost that, because if we're not in communion with each other, then how can we be in communion with creation? And we are not putting the intersectionality and connecting dots, because so many people are feeling so overwhelmed and not really prepared to have the difficult conversations that come along all the big things in life. And so I have two small children, or medium children, I guess. And we're living through this pandemic, and I think of all the things that they're constantly needing to talk about, so that they're great humans responding to a great human world, and responding for us faithfully, but also in a bigger picture way, so that we understand that everything is connected. And there are resources and there are different things, and every family is different and every experience is different. And there's so much, but so much can also be overwhelming. So it's kind of going back and forth between, yes, there are the small things that you can do, and that empowers you to know that you can do little things that make a big difference. But we also need to empower them to create the relationships that will respond faithfully to taking care of what the divine gave us. And so that is the work that I do, to make those connections so that we can both empower ourselves and empower others at all ages and stages. And that way our kids don't feel like it's their responsibility, but are reminded it's our responsibility. And there are a lot of different things that we can do where our heart calls us to take care of the earth.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your insights, and your voice and your leadership is so critical as we combat climate change and health and all the solutions that we need to get to quickly. And now I would like to turn it over to Ria Goswami. And, we're really eager to hear your perspectives. And clearly you saw some gaps in the ways that adults are approaching this, even though we are all saying that it's our job to protect you all, but we definitely need your leadership. So please tell us your story and what you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, so hello everyone. It's an honor to be here as a part of this panel, but my name is Ria Goswami. I am 16 years old and I'm from the Northern Virginia area. I'm also a senior at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology and the co-founder and the executive director of the Environmental Justice Coalition, which is the first grassroots youth-led movement mobilizing the next generation of activists in the fight for intersectional environmental justice. And our work mainly focuses on uplifting BIPOC and marginalized communities through our focus on political advocacy, policy policy development, community organization, educational initiatives, and content creations. And essentially, we're creating the pipeline for future environmental justice activists, climate scientists, sustainable policymakers, and empathetic leaders. So just some background about the Environmental Justice Coalition. It began in March of 2021, and Natasha and I, who's the other co-founder, discovered our shared passion for environmental justice, and we both noticed a lack of youth involvement in the movement and a lack of educational awareness around environmental issues surrounding climate change. So pretty much after a month of planning and many late night Zoom calls, we launched EJC with the goal to mobilize youth for the fight for environmental justice. So a lot of our work right now entails policy toolkits, which breaks down congressional legislation, such as the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act of 2021. We're also working towards creating our first policy, which impacts coastal Virginia. We're also working with the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition to develop an environmental justice as well as transit equity curriculum for the Baltimore County public school system. We've worked with the Maryland Environmental Health Rights Campaign to help their efforts in trying to get an amendment passed in Maryland to guarantee environmental rights as a human right that's stated in the state constitution. Lastly, we write articles on Medium and create social media posts to really connect with the Gen Z audience, as well as break down environmental justice issues and current events. So as a current high school student and a member of Gen Z, one of the biggest gaps that I see is that classes often do not cover the topic of climate change in extensive detail. So most students are not able to fully grasp to understand the extent that which climate change affects our daily life, especially in regards to public health and equity. And that's why it's so important to develop an educational curriculum that allows students to engage and learn with content that teaches them real life skills that they can take into the real world and as change makers to tackle climate change as a whole. And our expertise is being a member of Gen Z. So our work especially focuses on engaging young people and Gen Z within environmental justice. And that's how we bring our personal experiences to the table. And the biggest tip we have to connect with youth is working with them and talking with them directly, and to understand what we need in terms of education and what content and resources will be engaging and impactful to them. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership. So far, as we all recognize, if kids were educated about this topic, which is, of course, if any education is taking place, it comes from more the environmental side. Now it's being recognized more and more, the health message is critically important. But from your perspectives, how does that work in the way that you do your work day to day? When you bring in health, does that help you to make the case? Maybe I'll pose that to Ria before she jumps off, because I know she's very busy with everything that she's doing.
So incorporating public health as one of the impacts of climate change makes climate change more tangible to Gen Z especially, and it allows us to see actually the effects play out within our own bodies and the people that we love surround us, and especially in our community. And that's why the course that I took, for example, like AP Environmental Science, is the only environmental science course that's even offered remotely to high school students. And that itself helped me grasp and realize so many different concepts like pollution, what is the science behind pollution. I think there's so many facets, especially with so many students within my high school who are interested in biology, but don't necessarily look into environmental science. There's so many facets that these students could explore potentially, as well as human health impacts. A lot of students want to become doctors also, and this is one of those ways that doctors help impact students as well as young people. And that's why some of their focus, like as Dr. Ahoud, as well as Dr. Ladshaw, they both focus on students as well as young people and how their health is impacted by the environment. And just because of that, people often neglect being a pediatrician or even being a doctor. They always look to being a surgeon. I think these are one of the most underrated fields and underappreciated fields as a pediatrician.
Thank you so much. Any comments from Dr. Ahoud in response to what Ria laid out as a pediatrician?
Well, I would say you're so right, Ria. As a pediatrician, I am blessed with meeting with hundreds of families, every month, talking with hundreds of families about their family and about their children. And it's a remarkable opportunity to really educate people about those intersections between our environment and our health, and particularly the changing climate and the health of children. And I find in my practice, that the best way, the easiest way, and I sometimes find the most effective way to integrate it is just to inform parents and inform kids about how the condition that they're coming to me with is being influenced by the changing climate. For example, spring is coming a lot earlier now. So now I have to talk with families in February about preventing the onset of their child's asthma, allergies, and allergy-induced asthma. So when we have that conversation in February, I'll say, spring is coming earlier now because of the changing climate. And that's why I want you to start your allergy prevention medicine now, because I don't want you to get caught with an allergy-induced asthma attack when you're not prepared. So things like that. Or this summer, I had a lot of conversations with the children who are most at risk of heat, with the parents of newborn babies, for example, about how the summers are getting hotter. We have to be more careful about bringing your newborn outside because your newborn is less able to metabolize heat, can't sweat as effectively. So really in Virginia, when it's in the 90s, you're better off staying inside. Or with my active young kids, particularly football players this summer, as they're getting ready for preseason practice, saying, listen, summers are hotter now. It's important that you're more cautious, that you don't get overheated and get sick from the heat. So just those brief inclusions of the reality of our changing world, I think really helps parents and families to understand, this is this is affecting my life now. And not just to make a point, but actually it's important to protect them, right? So it's a real issue that we as pediatricians need to be integrating into understanding and integrating into our daily practice.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you both so much. So following up on that topic, I want to ask Dr. Optigro and Dr. Lasho, from your professional perspective, through your lens, with your audiences, like in your communities, Dr. Optigro and Dr. Lasho, how can we find ways to get these messages into teaching tools so that we are able to educate the youth? And of course, they can be a very strong voice, as we can see here through Ria's messages. So how, again, our goal with this panel is really to talk about educating the youth, and we heard really wonderful messages. And how can we find ways to integrate them, and how can we actually get them used, maybe? And you both may have examples. So whoever wants to jump in first, please do.
Well, I'll jump in because one of the things we do is we connect those dots. So I can promise you after this meeting, I will be emailing Ria to come talk to the other Gen Zers and the youth and the people who work with them to empower her voice and continue to connect those. So that would be one of the first things that we always are going to do. So just know that once you find the movement and the passion and the people, that's where you follow your heart. And that's, for me as a person of faith, that's where God is. God is in that good stuff and that good movement. So that's where you move. I have to say that where I do a lot of work with youth and children and across the spectrum of all the necessary intersectionality of justice and what that looks like on so many different levels, that I work alongside some amazing people who do in our denomination what's called Green Chalice. And Green Chalice is a creation care ministry that both connects to the needs that are happening within legislation and other conferences, and connecting those dots always so that we are responding faithfully to creation care. And I have amazing people who work with them. They also created a camp called Soil, and that's actually an intergenerational camp where churches come for a week and have an immersed experience for creation care and understanding based on where they're being called to move and what they're called to learn. We also have what's called Green Chalice churches. So we have some churches that have been working with those leaders to become carbon neutral or to figure out the best ways to move forward. Simple things that sometimes include getting rid of bulletins. Hello, and just the little changes, but also then the big discussions of well, what does this look like? And then they start moving and helping with more of the justice movements as well as they figure out their place. So there are some great work that I want to lift up my colleagues who do that connect so that they're bigger pictures. But there are also some amazing books and stories and little touches that you can always do with children. I find that all of these at one point can be overwhelming, but if we're doing the little daily touches and little reminders, kind of similar to, oh, this is your experience with asthma, spring is coming earlier. That's not overwhelming alongside a big chunk of other things. So as a parent who feels very overwhelmed right now with everything, as we all do, trying to respond in those little steps and those baby steps that can make a big difference. And Ria, I'd be interested at some point of also hearing, you identify as Gen Z. I have a passion of generational theory, but I'm also really fascinated by what the COVID pandemic and how that shifts with your age specifically, because you're almost at the end of Gen Z and the beginning of whatever that next group is going to be that's so impacted. And so that connection and that response is also fascinating to me as we try to equip quality conversation around climate change and all it intersects.
Ria, did you want to jump in or?
Yeah, so since I have to go because I have school, it was very nice to speak on this panel. And of course, thank you, Dr. Ladshaw, and thank you, Ms. McCurdy, for inviting me onto this panel. And it's nice to meet you, Dr. Updegrove and Dr. Ahut. And I will be sure to connect with all of you. And yeah, so thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. And about the generational theory, I will be reaching out to you about that because of course I have a younger sister who is in the next generation. So I can see a lot of changes within her too. But thank you so much. And if you have any questions about EJC or any of the work we do, please be sure to reach out to me or us. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Thank you very much for making the time for us. Really appreciate it. And you'll be hearing from us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
So, Layla, did you want me to also tackle that question or did you want to move on?
Oh, could you kindly? Yes, you have so much to share, Megan. Please do.
Yeah, I think in addition to the work that I mentioned previously that I've been doing with APHA, I've also been working with a student at Hopkins who's in our Bloomberg American Health Initiative, and she is working to try to get climate change incorporated into a family medicine residency training program. So she's doing a survey, or hopefully doing a survey soon. She had to get approval to do the research to find out barriers. We already know a lot of the barriers. It's tough to change as well. And we've talked about changing medical school curriculum for a long time. So I think it's interesting that she's targeting residency. And actually, she even pointed me to a paper by Philip Bourne, who I think is at Harvard's Sea Change in that program. They're working, or they hope to develop a toolkit or some sort of curricular guidelines and resources around climate change, so that other physicians, just like Dr. Ahut, can know what to do to talk to their patients, and that it's something that they think about as they're meeting with them. I think it's important to tell our students not just about doing one-on-one things or sort of like recycling or composting, because I think we get into this fallacy that actually was from what I've seen driven by industry, that said, oh, if you're concerned about the environment, you should do this and you should recycle, and we're going to continue to pollute and we're going to continue to make greenhouse gases. And so I think it's really important that we talk to the next generation of students about changing policy and how they can get involved as advocates. And so that's why I really am inspired by Ria and her co-founder Natasha, because they're really out there trying to take action. It's not just about education, and it's not just about what people can do, but it's about how can we change the way that our policies work.
That's so true. I guess we can also focus a little bit now on building on some things that how can we use our power as different professionals to influence schools so that this education starts early?
One of the quick, easy answers that comes to my mind is APHA's Eco Bookworm Club, which the ECO stands for Early Climate Optimists. I think that's more maybe targeting parents who want to sort of read with their children about, climate change. I'll put a link to it in the chat. I don't know if the chat will be recorded, but that's one quick, easy answer.
One thing that my office and Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action did this year is we recognize that high school athletes are getting a lot of information about heat safety, but that younger kids really were not, that middle schoolers and even elementary school kids are not generally getting a lot of heat safety information. So we created a brochure that was really targeted for families and kids with very child-friendly, child-focused information about how they could play safely outside, with a recognition, and I think we felt it was very important to tie in there that the climate is changing, it's getting warmer, and recognizing that, and therefore this is what you can do. And so we created this brochure, and it's really lovely. We worked with a wonderful designer, which is led by public health professionals, Good Stock Consulting. And this infographic we've given out at every well check, every well visit in our office all summer from age 6 to 16. And we gave it out to 4 other large pediatric networks, so that they were giving it out in Charlottesville and in Roanoke. So I hope that we were able to get information to kids through that. And I think that there's a lot of pediatricians working in this space right now. You mentioned Dr. Lacha, Dr. Phillipsborn, Becca Phillipsborn. She's doing amazing work both to educate pediatricians and residents, med students, but also to create family-focused materials to help kids and families understand these intersections in a way that's appropriate for their age, and that doesn't generate, fear.
That's great. We could post that online if we haven't already, the infographic. That sounds really, really helpful. What about you, Dr. Abdugro? Do you feel like, there are things the faith community can do to influence the schools or educate the kids above and beyond what we had discussed?
So I've been actually putting my mom hat on primarily as I listen. And there may already be that there are so many things to curate. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is there's so much that is out there that people don't really know what to listen to and what not to listen to. But we have an amazing opportunity because of this pandemic actually to maybe spend some more time curating what is quality in a way that the school can then, we can give things that are curated and quality to the schools. And because things are virtual and online, then all of a sudden schools have platforms that you can add different apps, you can do different things and give different kids access. Because the world had to go more virtual, we actually have some opportunities to curate and to get into schools and homes a little bit more in ways that help streamline quality responses to things. So like I'm thinking about a lot of those. My sister teaches a financial literacy class to 5th graders, and it's just 1 or 2 weeks. But it's something that can then go into the classroom and trying to figure out ways, because clearly there are gaps in the education system in itself has a lot of problems. So you could say one school does this and one school can't do this, but the disadvantages of virtual space are also the same things that can be used to our advantages. So being proactive in this time to create or curate a way and then connect those so that people know, oh, professionals have looked at this, people have done their research, it's age appropriate, and now I feel comfortable handing it to my students, handing it to my children, handing it to my families, handing it to my faith communities to then be able to talk about faithfully with a different language. So that's kind of the hat that I'm putting on to figure out how to do that, because it's those little, like, because there is so much and it is connected, it's finding those little doorways in to have the larger conversation so that you are raising kids who someday and even now can make an impact and understand the impact they're making. And they all have that ability, clearly.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. Those are really great insights. Any other thoughts as we think about how we can do better in teaching climate and health to youth so that they feel empowered and they can really find for solutions?
Well, I'm very excited about Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action launched this Virginia Climate and Health Education Collaborative this year. And we had an event where we had students from I think, I don't remember exactly how many, multiple Virginia medical schools, School of Pharmacy, School of Physicians Assistant Training. And it's the enthusiasm for these young health trainees of learning about this is just really inspiring. And they are really driving the incorporation of this into their education. So just this past a couple months ago, the Shenandoah University Physicians Assistants Program, we worked with them and had an elective on climate and health. And now next year, a group of amazing medical students at University of Virginia helped craft an elective, which is going to be its first climate and health elective that we're offering. We are helping them to offer in January at UVA School of Medicine. And just like we've been talking about, at the culmination of the 2 weeks of this elective is actually going to be participating in the Virginia General Assembly and participating in advocacy. So really leading this to actionable items that they can do to make a difference, which I think as we've discussed, is imperative to their sense of agency and mental health. So I'm really excited and about where the incorporation of climate into health education across schools of health training.
You know, our goal originally was to pilot test this lesson plan that I mentioned that we developed for high school students. Of course, the pandemic kind of blew that out of the water. But what we're going to do is we are going to hopefully challenge all APHA members. Now there's, I think, 20,000 APHA members, so there's a lot of them. We're going to challenge all of them to reach out to their local high schools and offer to, institute these lesson plans if the high school is willing to have them, hopefully during National Public Health Week, so that we can kind of, draw attention to it and maybe tweet pictures and stuff like that. So, hopefully if that goes well, then maybe that's something that all sorts of other, organizations and professionals could really adapt or use in a similar way.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's extremely exciting. And Dr. Octogro, any thoughts on those two questions? You want to add anything?
I do. I want to go to the complete other extreme because I think life is all about balance. So while I think we have great opportunities in using the digital world and space, I think our true understanding and spiritual and mental health comes from being outside and being in creation. And that's sacred. And there, for me as a person of faith, I care about God's creation, but I don't do it from a place of stuff. I do it from a place of rest and Sabbath and mindfulness. And so that goes back to that mental health and spiritual health aspect of what we're also trying to do. And so I think there is something about getting out in nature and knowing how to talk about it and in a way that celebrates what it is so that you want to do the tough work, because the tough work is hard. But how do you find that inner strength and those inner connections that make you really realize that there is something that we continue to need that only the earth can give us? So I guess I would go back to, that idea of, while we need to do the educational piece, we also need to do the mindful and mental and rest piece. And we don't live in a society that knows how to do that either. So the more we can do that, the more we may be able to move back the other way.
Thank you. That was really, really helpful. And I'm so glad you brought the, nature piece into the conversation, because clearly there's an abundance of evidence about the physical and mental health impacts of being outdoors in nature, especially for children. Thank you so much. Unless there is something that you want to share, I think we will say thank you and close the session. I really, really appreciate your participation, and happy Children's Environmental Health Day. Thank you.
Happy Children's Environmental Health Day.
Happy Children's Environmental Health Day.
Thank you so much for that, Layla. Lots of great things to think about. My name is Casey Richmond, and I am an intern with the Children's Environmental Health Network, as well as part of the American Public Health Association's Children's Environmental Health Committee. If you're looking for more educational resources to teach your children or students about environmental public health, check out the Parent and Educator Toolkit developed by the American Public Health Association's Children's Environmental Health Committee. You can find it at bit.ly/parent educator toolkit. That's B as in boy, I as in infant, T as in toddler, .ly/parent educator toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Brown, for putting children at the center and naming October 14th Children's Environmental Health Day in Oregon.
The Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank child health advocate sponsor Metropolitan Group. Thank you for keeping children at the center of our work and our conversations, for supporting CEH Day events like these, and for supporting CEHN's mission. If you would like to join our community of support, just text CEH Day to 44321. That's CEH Day to 44321. Thanks. We hope you're having a wonderful CEH Day.
Hello, and happy Children's Environmental Health Day. My name is Diana Van Vliet, and I am the National Director of Outreach and Engagement for the American Lung Association's Healthy Air campaign. I want to start by saying thank you so much to the Children's Environmental Health Network for their leadership on addressing the environmental health issues affecting our most precious resource, our children. I'm delighted to be joined here today by a distinguished group of panelists to discuss the urgent need for the nation to protect our kids from harmful pollution by investing in zero-emission electric buses. Nationwide, 95% of school buses today are powered by diesel, and diesel exhaust is toxic. Kids have developing lungs and brains, and that puts them at greater risk of permanent harm from the many air pollutants that come from burning diesel, like nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and benzene. And that pollution is also an environmental justice issue. The impacts of emissions from school buses are especially profound in Black and Hispanic communities who are exposed to disproportionately high levels of particle pollution, as well as children from low-income communities who are more likely to depend on school buses to get to school. There is an alternative, a future in which no kid going to school has to fear exposure to pollutants that harm their ability to learn once they get there. Zero-emission electric school buses are here, They have no tailpipe exhaust, making them an immediate benefit to public health. And they don't emit the greenhouse gases that cause climate change, making them a critical part of the climate solution. Millions of families rely on their local school buses to get their children to school. And when they wave goodbye to their kids on the bus stop every morning, they deserve to know that their ride will be clean and safe and put them on the road to a healthy future. Before I introduce our esteemed panel, I'd like to show a new ad from the American Lung Association to remind us of how important this issue is. I'd now like to introduce our speakers. Jill Aquino is a volunteer with the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. She was a school nurse for over 16 years at Newton High School in New Jersey. Prior to that, she worked as a pediatric nurse at Overlook Hospital and as a psychiatric nurse at St. Clair's Hospital. Jill recently spoke to Congress about the need for electric school buses so we can dramatically reduce air pollution burdens on our nation's children. Rohan Arora is a climate activist focused on environmental health and climate justice. He is a climate activist advisor for the American Lung Association and the executive director and founder of the Community Checkup, a national environmental health organization that makes environmental health resources more accessible and empowers youth to become environmental health warriors in their local communities. Nick Torres is an advocacy director for the American Lung Association, where he oversees the Healthy School Bus campaign. He has worked in a variety of roles in public policy and advocacy over the past 12 years, most recently serving as the American Lung Association State Advocacy Lead in Indiana. Welcome, panelists. Jill, I will start with some questions for you. As a longtime school nurse, you were on the front lines of helping children facing environmental health harms, including air pollution. Do you have any examples of local efforts you witnessed or participated in aimed at reducing pollution from diesel school buses?
Sure, Diana. So there are two things. One of the things that I had done a little while back, before we even we're linking air pollution and asthma rates and obesity rates, severe allergy rates together. I went to a seminar specifically designed for school nurses to discuss what can school nurses do to make the air quality inside the schools and outside the schools more healthy for our children. And two of the things that were very salient to me was getting our school buses to stop idling on school campuses while dropping off and picking up students, and also getting people to stop smoking on our school campuses. So those were two of the things that I had implemented in my school from that seminar. The other thing that I'm currently working on in Sussex County, New Jersey, where I currently live and where I worked, I'm working on a farm to table pilot program, if you will. I'm trying to work with 4 different schools in Sussex County, New Jersey. I'm trying to link our local farmers with those schools in order to get the food from our farmers that are healthy into the mouths of our children in those schools. I also am doing this to support local farmers, but one of the things that is so critical, and why we're here today, is getting the emissions, getting the tailpipes from the dirty trucks out of our communities. And I think that if I can get this pilot program off the ground, we're going to see a dramatic increase in the health of our children, because they're going to be eating healthy food from the local farmers. And the trucks that are delivering the unhealthy food aren't going to be sitting idling on school campuses while delivering unhealthy food. So I think this is a win-win, and I'm really excited to see this get off the ground.
Thanks, Jill, and thanks for your leadership.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So Rohan, it seems as though younger people are increasingly aware of how their environment impacts their health. Do you have any thoughts about why this change is occurring? And do you have any guidance on the best way to share this information in an engaging way with kids and teens?
Sure, so that's a great question. And honestly, historically, a very small set of youth activists in the climate space have been focusing on environmental health issues. A lot of this has to do with a lack of coverage on the disparities that exist regarding climate health. But a lot of it also has to do with how youth have previously associated the environmental movement as one just resulting in ecological consequences, rather than also understanding the direct public health and medical ramifications of issues like air pollution, especially for communities of color. Witnessing the impacts that air pollution had on my father's worsening asthma, I saw the connection firsthand between climate and health, which actually has led me to found the community checkup to address this major gaping hole in the climate space today. Going past just worrying about my father's health, seeing this connection also made me worry about my own health in a world with worsening environmental and air quality. And this sentiment is extremely common nowadays amongst youth. We see that the climate crisis is one of the highest contributors to the youth mental health crisis in our nation. The root of why more and more people are becoming aware of this connection between climate and health comes down to the state of young people's future today, as it currently stands. With information sharing through social media that has really highlighted lived experiences of many, especially children of color, we're able to see how much of an unhealthy genetic profile that many of our youth are being forced to be raised under. Environmental justice has also gained significant coverage over the last year with relation to race, socioeconomic status, and more. And that's really helped shine a major light on these existing climate health disparities that exist and that are permeating throughout so many of these marginalized communities. So this cultural change regarding young people wanting to engage in environmental health is much needed and honestly serves as a very critical way to allow youth to make their voices heard. For those that might be interested in educating their children and teens about the connection between climate and health topics, I'd honestly recommend finding very credible information about the link between these exposures in our environment and one's health from organizations that are already working in this space, whether that be American Lung Association, for example. There is so much good information that's already published in a very easy to digest format that is a very age-appropriate way of teaching children and teenagers about climate health. Also, as a young climate activist that's entering the field of medicine, some of the best experiences I had were from speaking and shadowing with health providers that communicated what types of disparities they were seeing in real life in their clinical settings. So many will tell you that issues like asthma, other respiratory issues, heat-related illness, obesity, they're becoming so much more common because of these environmental issues that are targeting local communities. Parents, you can likely get a community-tailored information or narratives to share with your children by speaking with health providers such as nurses, NPs, PAs, physicians that are working directly in your community. So those are the 2 cents that I would give about some guidance to help educate your children and teens about what's going on in their local communities and kind of start engaging with them.
Thank you so much, Rohan. And just to build on that, beyond education, what is the best way to engage younger people in advocacy efforts to help clean up air pollution in their communities from school buses and from other sources?
Sure. So one of the best ways, in my opinion, to engage with young people and encourage them to participate in these advocacy efforts is to allow them to engage directly with their community. Oftentimes, at least growing up, I knew that sometimes I was very sheltered from issues that were impacting my community. I was seeing them firsthand. However, I was living in a bubble. However, when I was able to see them firsthand, it made a big difference on what I wanted to make out of my life and the role that I wanted to play in my community. By instilling the importance of civic action in youth through promoting volunteerism and advocacy efforts, they'll be able to see how they can make a lasting impact on their communities. And this is something that I've been working on for years now. The Community Checkup actually launched the Warrior Program to empower youth that might not know how exactly to make a change in their communities to help them lead projects that are not only very impactful, but also very sustainable regarding climate health. So that includes legislative changes, that includes engaging with the health sector and more. So for air pollution specifically, emissions from our predominantly diesel operated school bus fleet is going to lead to a lot of issues with the health and wellness of our youth. So this is where the importance of partnerships and community engagement comes in. The health, environmental, educational sectors, and more, they can all work together to highlight how we can improve air quality and directly engage younger people in advocacy efforts. An example of this could be educators who also teach their students about legislative change, the civic process, and teach them about activities like letter writing to representatives or speaking directly to your organizations that are working on the grassroots level. In addition, allowing guest speakers like health providers from the community that have expertise in the health and environmental sectors to directly speak with students and young people. That's going to make a big difference and motivate them to pursue climate health advocacy, because it'll show them what is actually happening in their local communities. And that'll help clean up air pollution in their communities as a byproduct. So by directly engaging younger people with these advocacy efforts, we can essentially motivate the leaders of tomorrow and make a significant and lasting difference.
Thank you so much, Rohan, for your perspective and expertise and for all of the great work you're doing with the community checkup and beyond. And last but not least, Nick, so we know that air pollution from diesel school buses is harming our kids, contributing to climate change and worsening health inequities. What can we do about it?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Diane. And happy to be here to talk a little bit more about the opportunities we have to make a difference here. And I wanted to touch on something that Rohan said that really resonated with me, talking about how we approach these issues with young people and getting them involved. And I think part of the reason that I've approached this work is, I still can remember being a kid in the back of the school bus with my shirt pulled up over my nose because the diesel exhaust was making me sick. I grew up thinking a lot about the air I was breathing. My junior high baseball diamond was right across the street from a big oil refinery, and I can still remember what it smelled like. And so I think some of those memories really stick with us, and I think we should always keep in mind that these are some of the ways that kids are approaching some of these big issues like climate change that we're all working on. And over the years, some things haven't really changed that much, right? So the yellow school bus is still this instantly recognizable fixture on our roads. And as you mentioned, Diana, nationally, about 95% of all the school buses on the road are still powered by diesel fuels. So that hasn't changed. But what has changed, right, is that we're growing to understand just how toxic diesel exhaust can be, especially for young people, as they have developing brains and hearts and lungs, and how sensitive they can be to all of the pollutants that come from burning diesel, right? Some of the things that have changed, right, again, are these technologies. So you mentioned like the technology for electric school buses, for zero emission school buses is here. We're already seeing many school districts starting to introduce zero emission school buses into their fleets. But in order to get this solution to scale and to ensure that electric school buses can reach the communities where the need is the greatest, we really need decisive action from our leaders in Washington. And so that's something that is really coming up on the radar right now. President Biden included in his agenda for the American Jobs Plan earlier this year, the idea to electrify 20% of our nation's school bus fleet. And following on that, several congressional champions introduced legislation called the Clean Commute for Kids Act to help deliver on that. So Senator Alex Padilla and Representative Tony Cardenas each introduced bills in the Senate and the House to dedicate $25 billion over 10 years toward a new program at EPA to help school districts locally make the switch from diesel school buses to zero emission school buses. And some of this legislation is now included in these key investments that Congress is negotiating right now. And so the Lung Association and many other national partners are urging Congress to prioritize these investments in school bus electrification, because even though electric school buses can save money for school districts in the long run, there's still an upfront cost that is sometimes a deterrent for local school districts. They still cost a little bit more to get up and running than a diesel school bus. And so by investing in this transition to electric school buses and other zero emission transportation nationally, our hope is also that we can boost demand for electric vehicles and fleets across the country so that the technology can become more and more accessible. I think this is the best opportunity that we have as Congress is negotiating these investments, the best opportunity that we have to invest in a healthier future, right? So much of the public focus around these bills in Congress has been on, infrastructure, but it really goes much further than just roads and bridges, right? So, we need major investments in things like expanding clean energy production and making our electric grids more resilient to climate change, to support a pollution-free transportation sector. And so investing in school bus electrification is a perfect example of how we can lower emissions, improve air quality, and in doing so, also get better health and learning outcomes for children. And so this is exactly what we mean when we talk about urging Congress to invest in a healthier future. And so these are some of the things that we're really calling on Congress to do. But it's also important to point out, right, this should not even be a political issue. So according to a poll that we released in July, a really strong majority, about 68% of voters support this type of large-scale federal investment in school bus electrification. 72% of voters said they'd rather have electric school buses in their own neighborhoods over diesel buses. And 82% actually said that reducing air pollution around children is not a partisan issue at all. It's just common sense. So we know that it's a good investment in children's health and our environment. And we know that it's popular with the public, but we really just need Congress to act on this and really come through on these investments. And so that's what we're working on with the American Lung Association. And I hope, I know we can count on all our panelists here, but the viewing public to also support our efforts to call on Congress to invest in the transition to zero emission school buses.
Thank you, Nick. And thanks for all the work you're doing. I know that we are running out of time, but just really quickly before we wrap, I wanted to ask each of you, and quickly, less than a minute, a sentence if you can, what is the one thing you want to tell viewers that you really want to emphasize the most on this topic? And Jill, we'll start with you.
Sure. So really, what's most critical for me as a school nurse is I think about, okay, I know we only have a certain amount of money to, invest in electric school buses. I would like to see, quite honestly, 100% of our school bus fleet electrified. And this is why. If our children were taking in poison, would we only eliminate a certain percentage of that poison that they're taking in? No, absolutely not. Common sense tells us you eliminate 100% of that poison, right? To make the child well. So as a school nurse, eliminating the diesel fueled school buses that are toxic to our children are going to decrease our asthma rates in our children, going to decrease the obesity and overweight and severe allergy issues in our children. It's going to improve their lungs. It's going to improve their airways. It's going to improve their hearts, their blood vessels. And again, as we talked about earlier, their brains, their developing brains. And we know that particle concentration levels on school buses are 5 to 10 times greater in and around the school bus compared to the surrounding community. And we know that's especially true when children are on the school bus and they're getting on and off the school bus when they're being picked up and dropped off. And approximately 25 million school children ride the school bus each day from anywhere 20 minutes to several hours. So we really need to boldly invest in electric school buses.
Thank you, Jill. Rohan?
Adding on to Jill's point, actually, one of the most important things that I think is a major takeaway is the importance of parents and schools working together. And the reason I say this is that when I was younger, I remember what Nick mentioned about that distinct smell of a bus, especially when the heat is like 90 degrees or 100 degrees. It's marked in my head for the next several decades for sure. And one of the issues with that is that I used to complain to my mom about that almost every single day. I used to ask, Mom, can you please pick me up from school instead of me going on the bus? So it's not that children and teens are not making their concerns known. It's just that we have to start believing them. And when we start believing them, what can occur is we can start working directly with youth. There's this sentiment that, oh, youth are just little kids, little kids can't do much. But we're seeing that youth have really been changing the entire game, from being in the sphere of activism, from promoting technological developments. Youth have a lot of power, and the power that they hold is just going to increase as time progresses. They're the generation that's going to be most impacted by the climate crisis. And for that reason, as a scientific, as a social justice community, we really need to emphasize the importance of working across age groups to better understand the concerns and the skill sets that each group of people can bring to the table. And by doing so, we can really make lasting impacts and address all those issues that Jill said and act in a common sense manner and take out all that poison. We're not going to just take 10% of it out. We're going to go 100% and really make lasting impacts.
Amen. Thanks. Nick?
Sure. So I think two quick things. Number one is I'd encourage everybody, make sure that your representatives in Washington know that you care about school bus electrification, and that they support it too. And after that, make sure you're talking to your school boards and your superintendents, because fingers crossed, the funding goes through for school bus electrification. The next step is going to be making sure that school districts actually apply for that funding. And so making sure that your school board and superintendent know that this is a priority for your community, and that you care about cleaner air for kids to breathe. That's what it comes down to.
Thank you again so much, Jill, Rohan, and Nick. And huge thanks to the Children's Environmental Health Network for hosting Children's Environmental Health Day and this wonderful virtual event. With issues as big and important as reducing air pollution so that all children have healthy air to breathe, everyone has a role to play. Health professionals, young advocates, policymakers, parents, teachers, everyone. To learn more about what you can do to be part of the electric school bus solution, please visit lung.org/wheelsonthebus. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Insaidu Ober-Witherspoon with the Children's Environmental Health Network.
And I'm Kim Martinez, Vice President of Education and Engagement for National Wildlife Federation and proud partner and sponsor of Children's Environmental Health Day.
How can we get serious about addressing children's environmental health, health equity, and climate change together?
Our organizations have joined a robust collaboration between government, NGOs, and the private sector.
In a multi-stakeholder framework designed to transform the way communities learn and act on critical climate issues.
Disrupt disparities in environment-related health risks for children.
To respond with inclusion and opportunities.
Replicate a national model on local and international levels.
The America Climate Equity Corp is an opportunity to address all of these needs.
We look forward to sharing more updates soon.
Thank you, Governor Hogan, for helping us protect children's health in Maryland.
Hi, everyone, and happy Children's Environmental Health Day. My name is Rebecca Rear, and I'm the Director of Climate for Health at Eco America. Joining me is Ali Skalnick, a senior at University High School of Indiana in Carmel, a student journalist and an activist. She is Director of Communications for the student-run grassroots campaign Confront the Climate Crisis and co-leader of Earth Charter Indiana's Youth Environmental Press team. Hi, Ali.
Hi, Rebecca. It's great to be here.
Thanks so much for joining me to chat, because I'm excited to announce that Eco America has just opened the call for applications for the 2022 American Climate Leadership Awards. Earth Charter Indiana was a finalist and winner of $10,000 through last year's awards program. So, as an invitation to all of you to apply for the 2022 awards, Ali and I are going to chat a little bit about how and why Earth Charter Indiana applied and the key dates for you to keep in mind for the 2022 application cycle. So first, Ali, tell us a little about Earth Charter Indiana and how you got involved.
Yeah, so not this past Earth Day, but the Earth Day before, I got very interested in wanting to really make a difference in climate, because I've been concerned about it for a long time, been anxious about it for a long time, and it felt like the right move to try to actually do something and release some of that anxiety. So I reached out to many different environmental organizations across Indiana, and I ended up getting a response back from Jim Poyser of Earth Charter Indiana within like a matter of hours. It was quite amazing. And from there, he's just done a great job of including me in all these different programs and exciting things that Earth Charter is kind of involved with. So the mission of Earth Charter is to come at climate change and racial issues and all these different things that have need to be spoken about in like the same room. They're all connected. Come at that from supporting young people in their endeavors, adults supporting young people. And so I've had a great experience with that so far. You mentioned I was in the Youth Environmental Press team, and then also Confront the Climate Crisis, which are two very different groups, do different things and require different amounts of support from adults and different kinds of support. And so that's kind of what we do.
Well, good for you for being proactive and sort of seeking out a solution, and also sort of not reinventing the wheel and figuring out like, hey, what's going on? Where can I plug in? And, you know, did you find, you mentioned feeling anxious about the climate crisis and about, you know, the climate emergency, plugging into active groups. Do you feel like that was a way to relieve some of that anxiety? Were you able to sort of being engaged? Is that an outlet for you to release some of that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I would say that not only is it so nice to have like this community of people who are kind of thinking about this the same way that I am and similarly concerned, and we can talk through that. I feel like anytime where there's just like an issue, even like in life, where it's like festering in the back of your head and you aren't doing anything about it, that just increases the anxiety tenfold. So I found that very helpful for me, and would encourage anyone who wants to do something to absolutely do so.
Yeah, get active, right? Like, let's encourage everyone tuning in to get active in the climate movement. And we invite you to join us in climate action. So I know that Indiana leads the country in the number of youth-led climate resolutions for municipalities with 10 now. So congratulations for all of your success. Earth Charter Indiana has an innovative model that combines education, action, and unity with, as you said, youth leaders, and with policy and decision makers around the state. They do this through 4 key programs: resilient schools, climate camps, a statewide annual summit for Indiana mayors and city officials, and with resiliency coordinators. What do you think has really worked about this framing and this approach?
Yeah, I think there are a couple main things. First, the adults in the program always talk about how powerful young voices are, and I think there's something very, very special about like a 10-year-old being concerned about the climate and reaching out to people and then just going to talk to their elected officials. Like that is going to get through to elected officials in a way that other adults speaking to them may not, because this person is a constituent of theirs, but they're also, they have no other reason to going to them other than just like very sincere, very concerned place.
Yeah.
And so I think that's very powerful. I also think that, I mean, I like to think this because I like to think we have good ideas, but I think young people have these new ways of approaching situations that it's helpful and invigorating for the climate crisis movement. So like specifically, I'm thinking about Confront the Climate Crisis, which is very much youth run and like adult guided maybe. The kinds of things that they've been able to achieve, like they've recently announced, this just on Friday, that they announced 2 pieces of legislation that will be introduced into the US Senate in the 2022 legislative session. And that is unheard of in Indiana. And this will be attacking climate. This will be getting the conversation going in our in our Senate.
Yeah.
And so that happened because there's so much drive in young people and so much passion. And I think any effort to kind of help keep that passion alive is very worthwhile. I think that's what's really worked so far.
Yeah, I mean, when you show up and talk to someone and say, my future is at stake, you really mean it. That's wonderful. And clearly the American Climate Leadership Awards judges last year in 2021 clearly thought that as well. They thought that your model was really working. And so that's why you ended up being a finalist. So how did Earth Charter Indiana decide to apply to the American Climate Leadership Awards?
Yeah, so I must say, I was not part of this conversation. Actually, I'm not, I think I probably was involved with their charter at this time, but not in this kind of level. Sorry, my computer's freezing out. So I believe one of our board members, Dr. Philip Pelly, who I got to meet at Climate Camp, who was amazing, suggested that we go for this award. And it's been really great because sometimes it seems like stuff going on in our Charter Indiana is just about Indiana. So taking it to like a broader sphere is so exciting.
Yeah, so having your really successful statewide model be, getting some national attention was a big motivator, it sounds like. And it also sounds like you there was an advisory board member who told you about it. And so I encourage everybody, everybody listening is hearing about the American Climate Leadership Awards. So you can, tell your friends about it too, because this is how we hear about it and how you're encouraged to apply. And my understanding is you almost maybe didn't apply because you wondered about eligibility. So we're glad you did. And so just so everybody knows, the American Climate Leadership Awards seek submissions and will be scored based on initiatives that first demonstrate leadership and success in engaging a broader diversity of Americans to build public support and political resolve for climate solutions. 2, have a strong track record of effective climate action, including clear program objectives, tactics, and measurable results. 3, document successful programs or initiatives on a local, regional, or national level that can be replicated by others on a local level. And 4th, and importantly, center diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice in their work. One thing that I think sets this awards program apart, and please note it is an awards program, it's for work that's already been done and you can show a track record of success, not for future work. But so it's an awards program. And one thing that sets it apart, I think, is that we take that replicability component really seriously. And each of the finalists actually writes a replication guide, which lays out the roadmap for folks so they can adopt successful climate action models. So Allie, what do you think of this approach? So Earth Charter Indiana wrote a replication guide. It's like, hey, here's what we're doing and here's how you can do it in your state. What do you think of that replication guide approach?
I mean, it makes total sense. I think what's so cool about, I wasn't part of writing the submission, but like, as I'm looking at it, the guide that was created by Earth Charter Indiana is basically what they apply to like every single one of their programs. It's keeping mission in mind and connecting to students and trying to help them amplify their voices. So I'm so grateful that Earth Charter Indiana is doing this work. I'm so grateful that like it is something we can share and learn from each other about, because that's really the only way we're ever gonna get better at this.
Yeah, for sure. And sharing these success stories, I think only serves to invite more people in, gives people a model. People, I think where we are with climate is people are really starting to they get the issue, they're worried about it, but they get to that start and they're like, what do I do? And we're hopefully helping answer those questions with the replication guides as tools for people to use. So key dates for 2022 applications, nominations. So you can nominate individuals, you can nominate organizations. Nominations are due December 1st and applications are due December 15th, 2021. And in early 2022, we'll announce the semi-finalists, and then the finalists and winners are announced live at the American Climate Leadership Summit next March. So mark your calendars, end of March for the American Climate Leadership Summit. We've streamlined and simplified the application this year. 20 semifinalists will each receive $1,000. 8 finalists will receive $10,000. One runner-up will receive $25,000, and the winner will receive $50,000 to continue your climate work. So I hope everyone is thinking of people and projects that will make great submissions. Allie, thank you so much for chatting today, and congratulations to Earth Charter Indiana for all of your success. Actually, as we record this for Children's Environmental Health Day 2021, Earth Charter Indiana is celebrating 20 years. So congrats and happy anniversary. And to everybody listening, I hope you apply for the American Climate Leadership Awards today. Check out ecoamerica.org for more details. Thanks so much. Happy Children's Environmental Health Day.
The Children's Environmental Health Network would like to thank Child Health Defenders sponsor, the Medical Society Consortium on Climate for Health. Thank you for putting children at the center, for supporting CEHN's work, and for supporting CEH Day events like these. If you would also like to support Children's Environmental Health Network's mission of healthy environments for all children to thrive in, or to support CEH Day events and resources, please text CEH Day to 44321. That's CEH Day to 44321. Thanks for joining us today, and we hope you're having a wonderful Children's Environmental Health Day.
Welcome to the Children's Environmental Health Day panel discussion about youth mental health and the climate crisis. I'm Sarah Newman, founder of the Climate Mental Health Network, and I'm so grateful to the Children's Environmental Health Network for including this panel, and to all of our panelists for joining this conversation. Our panelists are Aisha Anieta Brown, Abe Singh Satchel, Leslie Davenport, Lisa Van Susteren, and Sarah Ray. The data shows that worldwide, people are struggling with mental health issues due to the climate crisis. And this is especially acute for youth, with research showing that the majority of them worldwide are concerned about the future of the planet because of climate change. And this affects their emotional health. They are experiencing emotions such as anxiety, grief, depression, anger, despair, hopelessness, and sadness. Our panelists today are mental health experts, researchers and academics, and youth leaders working to address this growing mental health crisis. So thank you to all of you for joining today. And the first person I want to start with is Lisa Van Susteren, who was part of a recent study of 10,000 youth worldwide. And Lisa, I'm wondering if you could just share a little bit about the study's findings and how this research will be used.
I'm going to give you the big picture, and that is that people in this space have known for a long time that children were suffering from all of the feelings that you described. And, you know, our common sense tells us if you know your house is burning down, you're going to be upset. You're going to lose your belongings, your pets, your everything else. Here's the problem, is that even though we would talk about these things, it stayed abstract until we finally put ourselves together with a group that could fund a survey. Surveys are expensive. And when we couldn't get where we needed to be with policymakers, we knew that we had to have those numbers. So now they're written down. Now we've got it. We can wave them in the air. And this has made a huge splash. So I could go on, but I know our time is limited. This I hope is going to continue to be a part of the momentum that now we see are contributing to social tipping points.
Thank you. And just to add that the survey, correct me if I'm wrong, was with 10,000 youth around the world.
Correct. 10,000 youth, 10 countries. Obviously, the fact that it's global has made a huge difference too.
It's great. Sarah Ray, I'm wondering if you can talk about the connection between physical health and mental health and the climate crisis.
Yeah, so I think some more and more research is coming out all the time around how the climate is going to affect children disproportionately, and especially children of color or children in various marginalized communities and vulnerable places. What's less often talked about, which is sort of more my area that I'm interested in, is how it is that mental health can actually affect our ability to cope with and deal with and mitigate climate change. So it's one thing in sort of one directional climate change is going to negatively affect physical and mental health. But the ability of us psychologically to engage in climate change and have the energy to deal with climate change, to have resilience to deal with setbacks and difficulty, to have, and this is going to require significant physical vitality, and it can be a terrible negative feedback loop where the more climate change affects our physical health, the less mental resources that we have and emotional resources we have to cope with climate change. And we already see this happening. So the opposite would be true too. If we can make sure we have mental health resources that help us mitigate and address climate change, that will then therefore reduce the impacts of actual climate change on our physical health.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna just jump here and ask our youth. If each of you, Aisha and Yetta, maybe you could start with, as a Gen Zer, you know, we have all these statistics, but if you could share with us how you and your friends talk about this issue, and how and why did you decide to become so passionately involved in it?
Right, yeah. So for me, I guess with people around my age group, we're in our early 20s, and we have discussions like this all of the time about climate change. You know, I've done a lot of climate activism work and all of that stuff. It comes down to sort of how like our everyday lives and the anxiety that brings is sort of integrated and intertwined with climate anxiety, to the point that maybe if you're not studying climate change, it sort of feels like your regular, oh, I'm overwhelmed. But if you really break it down and look at it, what's really happening is you kind of have this like existential like doom, because you feel like your planet is sort of like falling in on itself because of what we've done. A lot of the women that I speak with that are my age, we also are terrified to have our own children, even though some of us do want our own children and want to be mothers. And that's always sort of been something that, you know, we grew up with and felt like, oh, that's great. But then we have these conversations where we are actually like grieving the loss of like a family that most of us biologically probably will choose not to have. So that's very overwhelming to me as a young person who always thought like, oh, that'd be a part of, something that I would have. But because of that anxiety and uncertainty, it makes it very much more complex.
Thank you. Abe, do you have any things to add?
Yeah, and I think when it comes to those emotions of anxiety or stress or even grief, it's not often just of the changes that we've already seen. It absolutely is the changes that we're going to see in the future. And knowing that government inaction, like governments are continuing to not act on climate change, despite all the warnings and despite young people raising their voices, that can be incredibly frustrating. And so for me, I've always thought of how can we get young people to mobilize in their own communities and try to make that big issue of climate change a bit more local and central to themselves. And from my experience, that approach has been helpful for battling eco-anxiety, for battling stress, but there's so many emotions that, we still don't understand how they totally interplay with one another. And I think having conversations like this is so important so that if someone is struggling with eco-anxiety, they know that they're not alone and they know that there's places they can go to.
In terms of news coverage, dealing with climate mental health issues, and especially with youth, is something that's very, very new. And so I'm wondering if each of you could talk about recommendations that you could give on how both practitioners and researchers can work towards eliminating the silos that exist in terms of dealing with climate mental health issues, and particularly with youth.
One direction I'm working on is bringing into the public school system an approach to climate science curriculum that is paired with emotional resiliency and self-care practices. And in the public school system, it's referred to as SEL, social emotional learning. So to also get out of this orientation toward bombarded climate data and then people not knowing what to do with that and checking out or feeling overwhelmed. And so how to really pair accurate and vetted information with an understanding of our nervous system and what we need to do, paired with external strategies like finding ways that kids and youth can bring their talents, interests into meaningful action, joining with others through a sense of community and civic action.
Especially after the 2016 US presidential election, I had this real sense of what, as an environmental humanist, can I possibly do as a professor to respond to this moment? And I had this great conversation with somebody who said, can you do a better job translating how the environmental humanities has psychological consequences and implications and intentions with people? They're not just things that we do for fun in our heads, but they actually change the way we can think and feel about the realities that we live in, and therefore change what we do about it. And so I really started to think about what matters about the way these analyses work out, and how can I be more transparent or explicit in my teaching about that, and then write that kinds of things in the book. So for example, there's a chapter in the book, it's called Hack the Story. And in that chapter, I talk about how it is that the vast majority of media focuses on negative news, and that there's all kinds of reasons for that your listeners are probably aware of, I won't get into. And additionally, that we are, as human beings, more inclined to focus on the negative. And so this is something that many wisdom traditions know, but also psychologists have proven too, that we focus on the negative. So it creates this kind of perfect storm of negativity in our minds that we have to be aware of, and then we have to do things to actively work against that grain. I do mostly abide by my own advice, and I'm very, very aware of when the stories start to drag me down, and I know exactly what's happening, and I think, okay, what else is true? My mantra for when I'm really low is what else is true? And immediately all of the other things open up. For me, I remember my children, I remember, my pets, I remember the loved ones around me. I kind of start slow and small again and build out from there, and let those positive feedback loops keep me going. And then I can start to build abundance and fill my cup more and work further out. And sometimes that gets depleted. It's a cycle for me. But the what else is true mantra really helps me turn the corner when I'm at a bottom. And I know that it has to do with the stories I'm consuming and living in. I'm not just suggesting that we turn a blind eye to the reality of how bad things are, but I'm suggesting that the vast majority of the news media, for reasons that have nothing to do with climate, are giving us a story of apocalypse. And the vast majority of our instincts are to pay attention to that. And so if we really do want to live in reality, we do need to counterbalance that negative story with all kinds of other positive stories. And if we actually want to save the planet and actually do this work, we need to take care of our emotional starting place, which requires that we know that people are doing good things and that the story is going to be okay. So that kind of, disciplined cultivation of a story that we live in is one of the tricks in my book. And there are others too, but these are things that if you don't know the research on all this stuff, you tend to just believe all the news you're taking in. And even the research on young people's climate anxiety, they're experiencing actual climate anxiety, but it takes a story being told to tell people that something that they're experiencing, like bushfires or increased sea level or whatever, some story has to be told to them that actually is climate change and not something else. Because people in California here can easily believe that these wildfires are caused by something else, not climate change. So the story is hugely important if people are going to mobilize around climate change. And it has to be one of people being able to address it, or else we won't. It'll become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Great. And the book is a field guide to climate anxiety, how to keep your cool on a warming planet. I mean, you can't see it, but my copy is dog-eared and it's an amazing book. And it's so well written, but just such an easy book to just pick up. And as I know you had said at the beginning of the book that you can just enter at any point in terms of, you don't have to read it sequentially. Which is great. And I am not a youth, but I feel like it still resonates with me. So it's great. One question I have, and this is for everyone, when you talk about climate change and obviously all of the emotions and feelings and experiences that people have, how do you help people, whether it's a peer, if you're a young person, or just anyone who might be feeling complacent or just in denial or apathetic because they're just so overwhelmed by it? So how do you engage with someone at that entry point?
When a person is overwhelmed, it's different from being complacent or apathetic. So we have to understand that the discussions that we have with them are very nuanced. So understanding what really is driving inaction is a key piece. Is it that they're power hungry, they want to stay in office, or they run for office, or is it money based that they're inactive? Or as you had said, complacent, or what may appear as complacency, is really their fear. But for those people, really legitimize their fears. Tell them you understand, you well understand that this is very frightening. And the classic is to go from listening to their fears, understanding them, welcoming, asking them about what's driving them, etc. The goal is to take them slowly to the place where they can begin to take action, because we well know that what brings anxiety down is when we confront an issue. And it doesn't have to just be climate, just in general. So we're trying to get them so that they feel safe talking to us. Once we get their fears reduced, whatever way it is, then we can begin to bring to them solutions, or at least remedies or activities that enable them to take action. As has been said, Leslie said this, when you work with other people, that's a special way to bring solace, that sense of community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Sorry, Leslie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to sort of second and underscore what Lisa's sharing, because often just to be validated, to be received, to interpret such feelings of distress as indicators that you're empathetic, that you care, that you're paying attention, that it matters to you, is often such a significant starting point that right there's sometimes some quality of relief like there's a reason this is happening. It's not pathological. In fact, it's a healthy response, but it can be overwhelming. So what are those really broad range of tools that we can learn to kind of navigate and manage as we go? And a lot of them have already been named in terms of connecting with others and ongoing settings where things can be talked about, connecting with others who are feeling similar things and making similar efforts, and then, you know, just tools from the mental health field that are so helpful, that are usually based in kind of neuroscience and ways to soothe the nervous system.
Thank you. I have a question, Abe, if you want to take a first response at this. How can people who are not Gen Zers or youth, so older than youth, how can we be better allies to youth on this issue? Where are there gaps? Where are there opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. And I think a big part of it starts with that listening, like really understanding where young people's fears, where their anxieties and stressors are coming from. I mean, is it just because the media is overplaying how big of a deal climate change is? Well, probably not. No, like we look at reports and we understand that this is a big deal. And so making sure that what youth are saying is not being missold as something else, like not being used to go against what we're saying actually. So I think that's a big first step. And then I think the second big thing is I've talked to a lot of climate activists, for example. They feel like they're not supported. They feel like there's no funding for them, like they're overworked and they're experiencing burnout all the time. For them, we need better allies and that are adults to be able to support us with not only funding, but mentorship, resources, support. So I think all the things that we're talking about make a lot of sense. I think as an individual for people that aren't Gen Zers or youth anymore, it really is about listening and actually taking action on those things that you're listening to.
For me, it's felt very much like almost like you're a little kid and nobody's listening to you. And then at some point they start listening to you and then they start like sort of still ignoring you. And so I feel like it's really adults that are older than Gen Z adults taking a look within and being like, look, it's all about like self-reflection and self-awareness and being able to say, these kids have a point. A lot of them are majoring in this now, and sitting down and having a confronting conversation and paying attention to what is making us nervous. What are we saying? What are we advocating for? And working together, because I really hate that there's a lot of like ageism when it comes to like the climate movement, and it's like young versus old. And really, if you come together, a lot of the things that we think and say are similar and can enact a lot of change.
I want to just, we only have a few, not too much time. So I wanted to just talk about a few more I don't want to use the word solutions, but tools and resources that are available to people. And so first, I want to go back to Leslie. You had written your previous book, Emotional Resiliency in the Era of Climate Change, and now you mentioned your new book, All the Feelings Under the Sun, How to Deal with Climate Change, which, as you said, is focused on, you're working on getting it into schools. And I was wondering if you could just give a little bit more background about the book in terms of why you decided to write one that was paired with the science curriculum, and also some of the tools that you include in your book. And I've read the book, and I will just share that I was texting with a group of friends last night and I said, I know this book is for kids, but I want to give myself a butterfly hug and do all these things that you're recommending. So.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'll just say that the book came about because the American Psychological Association Children's Book Division was recognizing the need and actually approached me and asked if it was possible to write a book for, this one's oriented for 8 through 12-year-olds, kind of using some of the things that were in my first book, which is for the mental health field, but making it very accessible and very child friendly. And so it's structured on a concept that comes out of trauma studies called toggling, where you flow back and forth between facing difficult information or difficult experiences. So it presents the climate science pretty straightforwardly, but then it shifts to a variety of practices, journaling about it, doing art, doing a breath practice, identifying what feelings are popping up, identifying what kinds of thoughts start to get triggered, and becoming even more aware. Awareness was mentioned earlier, and then taking it a step further, and what else would be helpful to kind of bring in now to this more complete and layered experience between climate science, heightened personal awareness, and then tools that are available. And it ultimately leads toward how to be part of making a healthier world. So it includes that engagement element too.
Great, and that's a beautiful book. I want to ask Lisa about her book, which I have right here, and it's totally dog-eared and marked up, which is also, this is emotional inflammation that she co-authored. It might be off the screen. And so, Lisa, I was wondering if you could also just talk about some of the just general recommendations you have in the book that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, really could apply to people of all ages, not just youth.
Well, thank you very much for bringing it up. Yes, it's named emotional inflammation, and we threw in a lot of things that are upsetting people. The goal really was to bring people in who weren't necessarily activists to try to steer us more towards the world that we were evolved to live in, and that is nature. And we've seen with COVID, well, the first thing that happened was people were dying to get out in nature because they could see how much more relaxed they were. They knew, when studies show, their blood pressure goes down, the respiration rate goes down. When we are outside, we breathe differently. We see things that are stabilizing. So all of the natural world from which we emanate, all of these things are a healing setting for the society in general. So the book has different chapters, which includes, Leslie, great point about journaling, and it includes certainly activism and how to do those things with others. But the main thrust, and what I like the best, is recognizing that we're children of nature and we've left home.
Abe, maybe could you share about your organization? And then Aisha and Yetta, could you also share about your organizations? And I expect someday books from both of you as well.
Yeah, no book yet, but maybe coming soon. Yeah, so in 2016, after traveling to the Arctic, actually, through the Students on Ice expedition, my brother and I started an organization called Break the Divide. And the idea was to connect youth living in the Arctic with youth living in the rest of Canada. So we could experience and understand the impacts of climate change firsthand from our friends. And so we've expanded that organization globally, and we've talked about a lot more than climate change now. But the central component of what we do is really fostering empathy through these individual dialogues. It's like a form of personalized education. And when youth talk to each other, when they're talking about a big issue like climate change from the local perspectives of, hey, there was just a heat wave in my community. Was there a wildfire in your community? And things like that. Youth start to learn, okay, well, this is how we can work together to take action. So we go from this pathway of turning apathy or denial or polarization about an issue to empathy, and that happens through conversation, and go from that place of empathy to action. And that's through kind of the system that we built at our organization. So I really do see it strongly connected to looking at climate change and mental health and creating that community of young people that are able to understand where they're coming from. That process of empathy, I think that is also so critical to tackling emotions associated with climate change, like Leslie and Lisa talked about.
And Black Girl Environmentalists is an organization, an environmental justice organization that primarily takes place on social media, where we collectively as Black women foster community for Black women, girls, and non-binary folks. So basically a man-free environment where we focus on creating a safe space for Black women and having the acknowledgement that in the environmental sector that we have something to say that's just as important, and that there is some indigenous knowledge that comes with that that can really, really help foster the communities and ecosystem building that we need in this sort of fight to better the climate change situation. So we also do like fun things like meditations with our community, and we have a newsletter, and we're working on becoming a nonprofit now. So it's all very much in the works, but we have a following of over 17,000 people that we grew very quickly in less than a year. So that's a really big accomplishment, but a lot of pressure.
Oh, really amazing and inspiring, and duly impressive that you're finishing up your degrees this year as well on top of all of that. So I just wanted, my last question for everyone is, this is obviously really intense, really challenging work. And I'm wondering if people could share either something that inspires you and keeps you motivated to continue to work on this, or 1 to 2 things that you would suggest for someone, whether the youth or a youth ally, who after they watch this video could go and do, in addition to buying your books and connecting with your organizations and going to your websites and so forth.
You know, this might sound a little paradoxical, but one of the things that keeps me in the work is giving myself time to just cry. You know, to make room for all the feelings. I'll read, you know, about another fire that's broken out or some kind of new projection, and the tears will start. And I'm just aware that if I let it flow and I let it be real and I'm with whatever's arising, it moves and it actually makes room for these other things. And I just then would add, sort of on the flip side, is that I do find a tremendous amount of joy in connecting with others who share a similar passion and a similar effort and work. There's something that just gets sort of amplified and multiplied in doing it together, and hear how other people are approaching it. So that's a big source of inspiration for me.
I was going to say something very similar. I think being with oneself and sitting with the emotions that come with the overwhelm, but also reaching out, whether that is to a community on social media or to a person that you find is having similar feelings as you, really digging into that self-awareness for yourself, but also digging into community and finding community in some way, and staying connected is some way in which that I've, you know, been doing this since I was 17. So I always find a way to stay connected while also staying connected to myself and being aware of what's going on and not letting it take over, by having that sense of community.
Compared to the way I felt my entire life, where I could see an argument against any particular cause. I mean, as a critical thinking person, as an academic, I think that actually having this kind of sense of clarity of purpose is a significant improvement to my mental health compared to what it used to be without anything. I don't think that we have to have the news be good about the globe for us to have a great sense of purpose in the world. In fact, we don't even need to be happy. You know, having a sense of purpose and having some sense of control over the conditions of our lives is what's required to, you know, the needs, you know, if we think about the needs that are required for people to feel secure, that's more important. And so I find great solace in the fact that there seems to be clarity of purpose here.
I do sometimes get burned out. I do sometimes think, oh, I'm and for, you know, 10 seconds, I tell myself, okay, I'm going to hang it up. But of course, we know we can't, because we know that we have to plunge on and we can't see around the corner. And what keeps me going is the fact that every day more and more people are waking up. Now, Mother Nature certainly has done her job lately to wake people up, but every day I see more people. And I know that when it comes to other social tipping points, why don't we smoke cigarettes and blow smoke in each other's faces anymore? Why do we get in a car and buckle up? Everybody does these things now automatically. And I do believe that these social tipping points are very much now, I can begin to see it. And I know, and I'll just talk about her work, Professor Chenoweth at Harvard talks about nonviolent overthrow of government. You don't have to have everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean vis-a-vis climate. A few thought leaders are able to convince the rest of the population because of the herd mentality. We do what we see other people doing. So once we've got critical mass, it's going to happen faster than we ever could have imagined. It's taken longer than we would have thought. I think it's going to happen faster than we ever could have imagined. So what would I say to kids? I would say talk to each other, find out what is best for you, because it's different for every person, but make sure that you're talking about this. Don't sit alone. Know that we're all here together, and we are the ones who are the activist thought leaders. We're thinking of you. We're arm in arm. Our shoulders are together.
Wow. Maybe I should have gone first. No, honestly. Honestly, I think reflecting on, again, what I've heard so far, it sounds like that pathway of going through your own emotions and understanding how you're feeling, reaching out to others, seeing that community out there, and taking action and seeing the tremendous power of other people taking action. I mean, that in itself is amazing. I think one thing I might add from my own personal perspective is reflecting on where you fit kind of in all of this. Like, is your role to be someone who is on the streets marching, or is your role someone to be someone doing research? Is it to be someone who's doing art? Like, where do you actually fit in this entire scheme of doing good things for the climate? And I think as young people, it can feel like we have to be everywhere at the same time. And so I think it's super important to reflect on, where do you find yourself having the most value in being the best for yourself?
Well, thank you so much. It's just amazing to talk with you. And I just want to thank again all of our panelists. And for those of you who are watching, if you can just slide back to the beginning of the presentation, and there's the brief slides which have all of the panelists' website addresses, so you can visit their websites, get more information, write down their books, find their books at local bookshop. And thank you again to the Children's Environmental Health Network for allowing this panel discussion to happen, and for just having the Children's Environmental Health Day. So thank you again to everyone also for watching. Much appreciated for having you here.
Welcome everyone, and happy Children's Environmental Health Day. A big welcome to the CEHN Annual Child Health Advocate Award presentations and panel discussion. We hope that you have enjoyed and gained a lot from our 6th annual CEH Day programming so far, and know that you will enjoy this portion of our planned events as well. For those new to Children's Environmental Health Network, we're a national nonprofit organization that has been working for close to 30 years with the mission to advocate for health, well-being, and safety of all children, especially those in highest risk, protecting them where they live, learn, play, and eventually work from environmental hazards. We launched Children's Environmental Health Day 6 years ago as a day of action for and with our youth. It is a day where we lift up positive movement forward in the field and leverage community national actions that are getting it right for our children. We would like to thank our Children's Environmental Health Day partners and sponsors for their incredible support and leadership. We appreciate you greatly. So let's get started with CEHN's 16th Annual Child Health Advocate Awards and panel discussion. We are here to honor exceptional leaders across disciplines, including youth who have consistently demonstrated their dedication to protecting children's health and health equity. Christy Truesdale, CEHN's Deputy Director, will assist as our co-moderator today, and thank you, Christy. We will briefly introduce each of our awardees with their name, affiliation, and a brief bio. And we do encourage you to refer to their impressive bios on our website and our social media channels. Each award panelist is going to give about 3 to 5 minutes for their opening remarks and their work related to children's environmental health. To get us started, Ms. Martha Berger with the Office of Child Health Protection at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is our 2021 Child Health Advocate Award recipient, and I'm so pleased to introduce her to all of you in that regard. Martha Berger has continued to be an incredible advocate for children. She started working at the EPA as a presidential management intern in 1984. She currently works in the Office of Children's Health Protection at the EPA, where for the last 20 years, she's been establishing relationships, both domestic, international, and working with partners in health and in environment to promote understanding, design, and run of programs that foster research and research translation on environment and health interactions during all stages of early life, from the reproductive period and throughout childhood. She ran the Children's Health Protection Advisory Committee as a designated federal official for many years and is the EPA manager of the Interagency Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Units Program, a 25-year partnership with the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Congratulations, Martha.
Thank you, Ensei. It's really a wonderful honor for me to be here today with this lovely, lovely parade of people. And it's a very special thing to be a part of this event today. So exactly 20 years ago at EPA, we decided to sort of relaunch Children's Health Month as in October. Christy Whitman was the administrator of EPA at the time, and she wanted to go big after the events of 9/11. And we hosted 11 events through that first Children's Health Month with Governor Whitman. And it was this very special thing for us. And we have continued to celebrate this month through the years. 6 years ago, when Ensei launched Children's Environmental Health Day, I was so excited because the focus was more clear, and it just was a very special and nice way to celebrate a collaboration between government and an NGO in a meaningful way. So I just think that it's been a pleasure to work with you and others at CEHN all these years, and to walk the halls of conference centers at APHA meetings all over the country, and to work together in places all over the world. I think we were together in South Korea, Argentina, Thailand, and even Taiwan most recently. It's been a wonderful journey for me, and I've learned very much along the way, and I've enjoyed being a part of this children's environmental health community. To me, it's the most remarkable thing about this field are the people I've met along the way who have been so special to me. People in my own office at EPA, throughout EPA, in our regional offices, in our program offices at EPA. And I've even gotten to work with a lot of other federal agency experts along the way. I was able to chair the climate change subcommittee of the President's Task Force on Children's Environmental Health Risk, which was born out of Executive Order 13045 almost 25 years ago. And I've gotten to do that again. We're reinstating that committee, and we're going to focus on both climate change, public health emergencies, and disasters. So we will get to work with experts from NOAA and NASA and all over HHS and HUD and transportation and energy. And I think it will be an opportunity to show the real power and force the executive agencies can bring to this issue. I also just wanted to say that you mentioned my work with the pediatric environmental health specialty units, and that has just been a hallmark of my work. I've enjoyed the people of those units for so many years. I've enjoyed working with them, learning from them, a more dedicated and thoughtful and creative group of people I don't think I've ever met in my life. And it's been a special thing to be able to work with the PACES all these years. So I'm looking forward to new horizons, to really looking into the policy underpinnings that can help us address climate change and health equity for children moving forward. Thank you for this opportunity and for this honor.
Congratulations, Martha, on a very well-deserved award. I'm pleased now to introduce our 2021 Science Award recipient, Dr. Jose Cordero. Dr. Cordero is the Gordon and Jinx Patel Distinguished Professor of Public Health and head of the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics in the University of Georgia's College of Public Health. Dr. Cordero trained as a pediatrician, and he currently directs research centers that examine how exposure to environmental contaminants contributes to the high rate of preterm birth in Puerto Rico. For 27 years, Dr. Cordero served at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, where he focused on improving the health of mothers and children. During his time there, among many other activities, he served as founding director of the National Center for Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities. Throughout his distinguished clinical and research career, Dr. Cordero has prioritized efforts to reduce health disparities. Dr. Cordero also lends his clinical and research expertise to advise the Environmental Protection Agency as a current member of the agency's Children's Health Protection Advisory Committee. So congratulations, Dr. Cordero.
I was muted. So thank you very much for this incredible honor. It's a pleasure to be here. And this honor really represents the work of many people, many researchers and advocates. We have been working in Puerto Rico for now over 10 years. And it was the community that let us know and that actually helped us put together a program to understand why preterm birth was such a high problem in Puerto Rico, with nearly 20% of the babies, 1 in 5, being born with too early, and with all the consequences of that brings. And it was clear that the reasons for this was not healthcare issues. They would not explain the high rise in preterm births that was seen in Puerto Rico. But at the same time, we learned about the many toxic waste sites that actually had been discovered by EPA in Puerto Rico. And in fact, Puerto Rico has more recognized EPA toxic waste sites than any other jurisdiction in the US. So we have more toxic waste sites per square mile than many of the well-recognized states that have similar challenges. And in the 10 years, we have learned that in fact, many of the contaminants that come from the sites together with local product use have been associated with increased risk in exposures such as phthalates and others. And in the 10 years, we have shown, one, that they are carried by the water, and also that they're getting to and exposing pregnant women. And not only is it leading to preterm birth, but we also have early data showing that also affects the newborn baby and the neurodevelopment, early neurodevelopment of the baby. And if we, this has been also a team effort. It is now over 100 trainees that actually have worked in our Puerto Rico test sites for exploring contamination threats. And this really represents the collective effort and represents why it's so important that we all work together in all facets of research and community engagement to ensure that first we discover what are the challenges in terms of exposures, but also we can translate them into reducing exposures that are so serious for the pregnant women, but also for children. So thank you for this honor. And it is really the team, it's a Protect team. We are grateful for this recognition.
Dr. Cordero, congratulations. And again, I want to extend my thanks as well. And on behalf of our board for your continued leadership. Your research is vital to the advocate work that we do. Thank you so much. I'm honored to introduce our 2021 Child Health Advocate Community Award to Ms. Catherine Coleman Flowers. Excuse me, as the founding director of the Center for Rural Enterprise and Environmental Justice, Ms. Flowers works to build partnerships across social scales, from close neighbors to local elected officials and regional nonprofits to federal lawmakers and global organizations to identify and implement solutions to the intersecting challenges of water and sanitation infrastructure, public health, and economic development. As an environmental activist, she continues to bring attention to the largely invisible problem of inadequate waste and water sanitation infrastructure in rural communities in the United States, while also broadening the scope of environmental justice to include issues specific to disenfranchised rural communities, while galvanizing policy and research to redress failing infrastructure that perpetuates social economic disparities in rural areas across the United States. Congratulations, Ms. Coleman Flowers.
Thank you very much for this award. And I too am honored to be amongst my peers here who are doing great work, and hope that this is an impetus for us to work together on projects, because a lot of our work is interrelated. I hail from Lowndes County, Alabama, which is located between Selma and Montgomery. And it's a place where its history informs the work that I do, because it was that history I able to read and get the support to only a messenger, but the people that are doing the work are the people that are actually living in the community and dealing with these problems and issues every day. And I accept my award by just giving you a little bit of a life story about who I am. My mother had 5 children. I was the eldest of 5. And she was moved to activism very early, but she also organized women in Lowndes County who had been sterilized at Tuskegee, because they had a project there. A lot of people know about the syphilis study, but they don't know that a lot of women who went to John A. Andrew Hospital to have children were also sterilized. And she was one of those women, and she helped to organize women for that. As she did that, she gained friends and associates throughout the county. And later, a parent who now works with me on the wastewater problem sued the public school system because they did not make arrangements for children that had disabilities to go to school. She won that lawsuit. When she won that lawsuit, the school had to change and be able to accept those children. And my mother was hired to go and actually talk to the parents to encourage them to send their children to school. But the parents said, we'll send our kids to school if you hire her to drive the school bus. And she has to be at the school with them all day. So she became the school bus driver. And she also became the person who worked in the class as assisting the teachers with the students as well. Those parents today of those children are now the people that are helping me organize for sanitation equity in Lowndes County. The parent who actually filed the lawsuit is Charlie Mae Hawcom, who has been seen on the media around the country talking about the sanitation problem in the town of Hangle, where she lives next to a sewage lagoon where the sewage is still running back into her home. And her daughter was one of the people that my mother recruited and had in her classroom at the time. Another young woman who is working with us, her brother Walter had Down syndrome, and Walter's sister is now one of the key organizers for wastewater equity and sanitation equity in Lowndes County. And all of them were part of the parasite study and very involved in that. So basically, I accept this award on their behalf, because without them, there would be no advocate. And a lot of the work that I'm doing because I listen to them, and they are real partners in making sure that we create the type of situation where children will not be exposed to hookworm and other tropical parasites that we should have eradicated, not only in the United States, but around the world. I thank you for this.
Congratulations, Ms. Coleman Flowers. Again, another just example of exemplary advocacy and strength, and very well deserved. So I now have the pleasure of introducing this year's Media Award recipient, Ms. Sharon Lerner. Sharon is an investigative reporter at The Intercept, focusing on health and the environment. She exposes corporate pollution and regulatory failures with regard to environmental hazards, especially those critically relevant to children's health, such as plastics and pesticides, such as chlorpyrifos, and has provided insightful and in-depth coverage on perfluorinated chemicals, such as the PFAS family of chemicals. Sharon's coverage not only emphasizes the health impacts of these hazards, but also the disproportionate exposures and impacts to Black, Brown, and under-resourced communities. Her fearless reporting has helped to inform decision makers and has led to actual health protective change. Congratulations, Sharon.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be among you all. I am having a hard time. I actually failed to, I was taking notes because I was furiously writing, because you're the people I write about usually. So it's nice to be kind of on your team for the day. Yeah, so I am not, I don't think of myself as a typical, children's health advocate exactly. I am, of course, a journalist who focuses on the environment, but inevitably by focusing on the environment, you have to focus on children. And that's the way it worked out for me. I am at a publication called The Intercept, which has been for me a unique place in that they, often when you I've worked for magazines and newspapers and radio, and often it's, make it 5 minutes, make it 2,000 words, there are these limits. And at this particular publication, I've only gotten encouragement to go deeper and deeper on the things I care about. And so I first began working for them in 2015 when I did a series about DuPont and its responsibility for pollution, water pollution with a chemical called PFOA, which back then nobody had ever heard of. It is one of the class of perfluorinated chemicals we now call PFAS. And that, it turns out, is a tremendous issue around the world for children. It's in the breast milk of women around the world. It's in water around the world and products around the world. So after that initial 3-part series that looked at both corporate responsibility and the relationship between DuPont and regulators in New Jersey and federal regulators. That was sort of how I got introduced to this publication, first teamed up with them. And then they decided, hey, why don't you cover what we're gonna think of we're gonna call environmental crime. And so the idea was to look at environmental problems by calling the responsible into account, some sort of accountability reporting. So why did we end up with these problems? How did these air pollutants, water pollutants get where they were? And again, along the way, there are so many issues that I've encountered that affect kids most. And that's partly because, children are developing and there are these critical windows when they're exposed. And also because, of course, they're smaller and so the dose ends up being bigger. But, I've written about pesticides and chemicals and toys and all sorts of things that are about, with pesticides and particularly how they affect development. but really it turns out that kind of all of my reporting in one way or another pertains to kids, because again, kids are so susceptible to environmental contaminants. So some of what I've been looking at recently is problems within EPA and the new chemicals division, and how chemicals get onto the market and aren't always properly assessed, that kind of thing. Anyway, I could go on and on, but I won't. I'll just say that I'm really, really honored to be among you guys today, and thank you for having me here. It's an honor.
Ms. Lerner, congratulations. Among many lessons learned in this field over the many decades is that communication, but most importantly, effective communication about the needs to protect our most vulnerable, is a skill and a vital part of changing the current narrative. So we really applaud you for being a part of that side of things and telling stories as they are, fact-based, and really helping a lot of us continue to move the narrative forward and the paradigm shift that's necessary. I'm honored to introduce our Child Health Advocate Award this year in policy to Ms. Kristen Schaefer, who is the current Executive Director of Pesticide Action Network, or PAN. Before joining PAN in 1996, that's right, that's over 20 some years, Ms. Schaefer worked for the World Resources Institute's Sustainable Agriculture Program as a communications specialist for the US Environmental Protection Agency and as an agroforestry extension officer in Kenya. And prior to stepping up as Executive Director, Ms. Schaefer also was PAN's Program and Policy Director for many years. Throughout her career at PAN, Ms. Schaefer's work has focused particularly on protecting children from the harms from pesticides. One of her many roles included coordinating the global campaign to phase out the ozone depleting pesticide methyl bromide under the Montreal Protocol, and as well as the international campaign targeting persistent organic pollutants, otherwise known as POPs, under the Stockholm Convention. Big congratulations, Kristen.
Thank you so much, Ensei, and to Christy and the CEHN team. I am also so honored to be in this company and to receive this award today. This is an incredible group of change makers. I've long held deep respect for CEHN's work. I've attended many of your wonderful conferences like Martha over the years, and I've had the privilege of serving on your policy committee as well. I also get to work closely with Ensei in her role as a member of the PAN board, which has always been a great pleasure. As I was thinking about what to share today about my years of advocacy on children's health issues at PAN, two things rose up to the top. First, how powerful it can be to link the personal with the political in this work. And second, the critical importance of collaboration. So to illustrate the first point, I'd like to tell a story from my early years at PAN when I was, as Ensei described, representing the organization in negotiations under the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, or POPs. So this is the first international treaty to target an entire class of chemicals for global phase out, including persistent child-harming pesticides like DDT, lindane, and endosulfan. And the PAN International Network played a key role throughout the process. So when I attended my first meeting in Bonn, Germany, I was still nursing our son, Connor. So as I pumped my breast milk that week, the fact that POPs chemicals were known to contaminate the breast milk of women everywhere in the world was very much on my mind. When I returned from that meeting, I wrote a piece calling out the State Department and the relevant politicians in Congress, led by then Senator Jesse Helms, this was a while ago, who were responsible for the obstructionist role the US played at that meeting. The US was pressing for policies that would mean that my son Connor and children around the world would continue to have nature's perfect food, their mother's breast milk, compromised by chemical contamination. In the end, we mostly won the battle over the exemptions that the US was pressing for, and the use of POPs chemicals has fallen significantly since the treaty was ratified back in 2001. Connor is now a young man of 22, and finding ways to connect the personal harms of pesticides to the policies and the political realities that cause them still motivates me in this work every day. and has often helped mobilize the PAN community into action. The second thing that's been central to my work at PAN throughout the years has been collaboration. We often say that this is deep in PAN's DNA as an organization, and that's certainly been my experience. Our two reports on children's health that I co-authored, A Generation in Jeopardy and Kids on the Front Line, were co-authored with PAN staff scientist, Dr. Emily Marquez, reviewed and edited by many colleagues, both inside and outside of PAN, and made yet more accessible to community activists by our longtime graphic designer, Brenda Willoughby. All of the many articles, blogs, fact sheets, action alerts I've written on the topic of children's health throughout the years were reviewed, edited, produced, and distributed by our incredible communications team. Collaboration with partners outside of PAN is also key to our work. The recent win removing the brain-harming pesticide chlorpyrifos from food production nationwide, though imperfect, as Sharon knows very well, that win reflects years of collaboration, not only with our partners in the legal battle, but with coalitions in states across the country. We organized with these partners to win state-level bans to protect children from a dangerous pesticide when the federal government refused to do so. From the Protect Our Keiki Coalition in Hawaii to Californians for Pesticide Reform to the Smart on Pesticides Coalition in Maryland and others, PAN supported and collaborated with groups on the ground whose members were most directly affected by the continued use of this neurotoxic pesticide. So I accept this award with both deep gratitude and a healthy dose of humility, knowing that whatever I've been able to accomplish over the years has been made possible through collaboration with my colleagues at PAN and with our movement partners across the country and around the world. Well, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Kristen. And thank you so much for taking your personal passion and leading many victories along the way to help reduce children's exposures to toxic pesticides. Our 2021 Now Youth Leadership Awardee is Ananya Schroeder, a freshman at Stanford University and founder of the Neptune Project, a nonprofit whose mission is to enable children everywhere to access safe and lead-free water. Ananya founded the organization when she was just a middle school student because she was moved to action upon learning of the Flint water crisis. The Neptune Project uses science and technology to develop tools that identify communities at elevated risk for lead contamination. And Ananya also goes the extra and critical next step. She secures funding to help these communities remediate lead hazards. Ananya is committed to inspiring other young people to create change in their communities and is building a network of students to act as environmental ambassadors, ensuring that this next generation of leaders are equipped and empowered to protect environmental and human health. Congratulations, Ananya.
Thank you so much, Christy. It's really an honor to be here among so many accomplished leaders in the health field. Like Christy mentioned, I've been working on this for 5 years now, so it's been a huge part of me growing up and learning, running the Neptune Project. I learned as a 7th grader that lead contamination was an issue far beyond Flint. That was just a one-off case that made the headlines, but the 4 million children, there are 4 million American households with children who are exposed to dangerous levels of lead. And there aren't resources that are accessible to these communities for them to know that they need to be testing for lead. And after that, to actually test for it and fix it if there's a problem. So the Neptune Project addresses this in 2 ways. One is an affordable litmus-like test. It's a filter paper that turns purple when in contact with lead ions in water. It's a really affordable and accessible alternative to traditional lead testing methods, which are cumbersome, inaccessible, and expensive. Excuse me. In addition to that, we coded a machine learning model that takes data from the US Census on a variety of covariate data, building age, income data, demographic data from these communities. And our machine learning model is able to predict
the areas in the country that are most susceptible to lead poisoning. Because even if we have affordable testing, we still can't go to every building and test for lead. It's not scalable, it's not feasible, and it would take forever. So between these two parts of the Neptune project, we're able to create a really efficient way to streamline lead testing and catch as many Flint, Michigans before they blow up and become a Flint, Michigan. So we have prioritized zip codes from our data model that for all 50 states, which a lot of them don't have lead testing mandates in place. We're able to predict where the lead is, go to these communities, approach them with an affordable way to test, and fundraise for them to remediate their pipes if needed. So now in my 5th year of running the Neptune project, we are shifting from developing the science and the prototypes to implementing them in the field. We are trying to recruit a nationwide base of volunteers, particularly youth, because I really believe in youth advocacy for issues that affect youth, and lead poisoning is one of those where the younger you are, the more devastating the impact is. So we're really about building a youth network of volunteers who can A, collect water samples, B, educate their communities about lead hazards, because a lot of these communities don't even know that it's something they're at risk for, and C, be able to, if lead is identified, advocate with their local governments, local organizations, and people around them to encourage them to help with remediation and put a spotlight on children's health and safety, because in a lot of these communities it's neglected, which is what we saw in Flint. It was covered up by the government, and thus thousands of children have suffered brain damage that we don't currently have the medical capacity to undo. And so, yeah, that's our focus now. We're building as many volunteers as we can, getting test kits for as many of these communities as we can, and hoping to replace any lead hazards that are left in the US until there are none left.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. I'm always extremely humbled to see our alumni, a growing number of alumni receiving this award in my honor and my name, but you all have easily surpassed by your levels of achievement where I was at your age, and I continue to be excited about staying in touch and finding many ways to work collaboratively together on the wonderful array of work that you've mentioned. So big congratulations again to all of our fantastic award recipients. We're so honored to be in your presence and to continue to find ways for Children's Environmental Health Network to align and work and help to uplift your incredible strategies and work in communities. Now moving into our discussion. For the first question, each of you work towards improving children's health and health equity through different approaches. And you come to this work from diverse perspectives and backgrounds as well, and your life stories. Given your unique expertise and experiences, how do you feel that the confluence of today's significant intersectional issues like COVID-19, worldwide pandemic, climate change, racial injustice, and on, are affecting children's environmental health? Feel free to jump in.
I'll jump in. You know, when you asked that question, I thought about Pamela Rush, who's a woman that worked with us for quite some time. She was very poor. She lived in a mobile home, but she had 2 children. Her daughter was, hadn't even, when I met her, her daughter hadn't even become a teenager yet, but she slept with a CPAP machine because the home that she lived in was contaminated with mold and mildew. And they were straight piping, when they flushed their toilet, it went out on top of the ground. As a result of COVID, Pamela got sick. She was a diabetic, but she couldn't fight COVID, and she died, and she left 2 children that are now orphaned. And the impact that it's going to have on them and children throughout places like Lowndes County that are poor, and a lot of the poor communities where children lost parents, and children that will, I don't think we understand the mental trauma that it has created, along with all the other disparities, whether they're racial disparities, and of course the healthcare disparities. And this happened, Pamela's death happened in the midst of what was happening around George Floyd. So is where a lot of these things intersected. And now we're also dealing with climate change events and disasters that are happening, because whenever a storm hits the Gulf Coast, and I live, on the state that borders the Gulf Coast, we're on the east side of the storm. So I think about not only children like Pamela Rush's children who were in a trailer, mobile home, who have to leave, or children who couldn't go to school because of the pandemic. Just so many different, we were dealing with so many things. It was kind of overwhelming. And if it's overwhelming to me as an adult, just imagine how overwhelming it is to children. So at the confluence of all of this, I think we have to, what I try to do is instill hope, especially when I talk to young people on college campuses who say, how do I have hope when everything looks so tragic? And the world is about to come to an end. And what I generally tell people, as long as we keep fighting, we have hope. And hopefully out of this, I'm inspired by the sacrifice of Pamela Rush, but I think that we have to make sure that there are no more children that are traumatized by all of these different environmental injustices and racial injustices that are happening in this country and around the world, so that they can have a fighting chance.
Thank you so much for bringing in Pamela's discussion and perspective, and very real story, which could be that of thousands, if not millions, for sure. Other thoughts on how you are personally seeing, or certainly are seeing within your work as well, these multi-synergistic implications? I say often, well, unfortunately, we do know children are pre-polluted when they're born. That's enough that should shock you. So children are already starting out this life, regardless of their zip code, social, economic, racial makeup, in a very negative sense, if you will. And then it then takes the nurturing, the loving, the nutritional aspects, and many other cognitive development, positive things happening for them to probably catch up to the potential of being initially on this earth and born. And then all the other multiple arrays, where they're spending time at home, where they're spending childcare time, if they even are able to go to one of those facilities, K through 12 schools, and on and on and on. And then you layer on racial injustice and economic injustice, and a worldwide pandemic where you can't even connect and physically see your loved ones potentially for very long periods of time. And every time you go outside, you have to be worried about, a mask and all these other layers of stress, and seeing those around you of how this is impacting them. Any other thoughts on your perspectives of these realities of climate change?
Yeah, I have a thought. Oh, I'm so sorry. So in media, in journalism, people talk about, there's sort of this division. There's this idea that you can report on the climate, you're a climate reporter, or you might report on chemicals and be, a toxics reporter, a chemical reporter. And I have come to realize how absurd it is to attempt to separate these things. And I think what really brought that home was reporting on plastics and realizing that, these are obviously sources of chemical pollution from the production to the disposal. There's all these, issues of how the contaminants that go into plastic and leach out of plastic get into our bodies. And at the same time, it's impossible to look at plastics production and not think about the fact that these are made with petrochemicals, that these are made from petroleum products, that the production, has huge climate impacts. And so, just it's impossible to tease these things out. And it's also, and it becomes somewhat frustrating. The siloing can be really, I think, counterproductive in terms of news coverage and just in terms of policy approaches too. And I was recently, I've been writing about a chemical called ethylene oxide, which is another petrochemical and is a carcinogen, also affects children and adults as well. And I was calling all my sources activists who have been working, in particular, one activist who is working on stopping a Formosa plant in Louisiana. And, when I called her, she couldn't talk because basically a hurricane had come and she was dealing with a tree that had fallen on her house. And you just realize that, again, these things are inseparable. And it's not just like, the intersection is it's not just like an oversight. It's foolish and dangerous to ignore how they're connected, is I thought.
I would also, just listening to Sharon, I'm actually hopeful because at least we see that there's some groups like NIH and the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences through the Superfund program. It's actually trying to build those bridges. And, NIH is well known for doing biomedical research, but not engineering research that's supposed to be done by someone else. But actually, the fact that that's in the Superfund program allows and actually requires to have engineering working together in projects with biomedical researchers actually has done a big difference, like the work that we are doing in Puerto Rico. One of the major sources of the pollution that we had, like with persisting organic pollutants and particularly phthalates, is from the water, and the water used for drinking. And first, we have identified ways to try to reduce that, but our colleague Akram Al-Shawak have developed a system that actually can eliminate those chemicals through an electrophysical method that actually we're beginning to test in Puerto Rico. And the idea of actually an engineer working in something like that would not have happened if it wasn't because we were put together and we had to look at the same problem, and is we have too many pollutants. How do we work on in one, removing them, and ensuring that exposures can be reduced? And so we need to have more work and more research funded, that rather than being focused on one area and say pregnancy, but actually looks in the broader sense, so we can go from understanding the environment to what happens and what's the impact of these chemicals, but also how can we remove them and make sure that we don't have the number of percentage of babies that are born that already are very exposed can be limited. Eventually, we can go to a real healthy environment.
Thank you so much. And along these lines of promising opportunities, right? The challenges are many and they have been there. I would also add, there are wonderful partnerships that continue to develop and emerge that help to leverage all of our collective ability, right? We can't do it by ourselves. The federal government can't do it by themselves. Communities aren't able to do them by themselves. It's our collective. And I think, Catherine, you spoke to this earlier, but any other promising looking forward opportunities, solution-oriented efforts that you're seeing that you'd like to lift up?
Yes, for an example, we've been working in collaborations with NRDC in the interest of transparency. I serve on their board, but we had the opportunity to go together to Mount Vernon, New York. We were called there because people were dealing with wastewater problems, with sanitation, with sewage coming back into their homes. And Mitch Bernard and I went there together. And I think that that's an example of the type of collaboration that's going to be necessary to bring it to the forefront. And after going there, and he was just as shocked as I was. Not shocked because I've seen it before, but I was shocked to see it where I saw it. And we ended up writing an op-ed in the New York Times that published about a few months ago, talking about that particular issue. We've also, this morning even, I was in a conversation with an engineering professor at Stanford, and we pulled together a collaboration with people at Baylor and with our organization to talk about applying for an actual EPA-funded grant together to work on wastewater and sanitation equity issues and solutions. So the type of collaborations that we're seeing occur, even my move to Madison, Alabama. The reason why I moved to Madison, Alabama is because it is also the home of the Space Command here in Huntsville. The Marshall Space Flight Center is there, and we know that they're treating drinking water to wastewater quality. Drinking wastewater to drinking water quality in outer space. And what we like to do is bring together people from the community that are dealing with these kinds of issues and let them sit at the table, changing the engineering paradigm where there's a true collaboration and trying to come up with something that will work, because we know that with climate change, a lot of the sanitation systems of yesteryear and yesterday are not working because we're getting more and more rain, and water is a part of wastewater treatment at this particular time. So we're hoping to, within the next 5 years, to come up with technology that works. And that is, those are just some of the potential, some of the collaborations that we have going on. And I think that this collaboration is going to lead to the solution. I got two other things that make me hopeful. One is the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. There has never been on this level, the executive level, where we've had to have brought together true activists. These are not people that were just handpicked and ordained as activists. These are people that have been out there for a very, very long time, that are serving in a capacity to advise the executive branch. It's historic. You know, there will be bumps along the way because we're building the car and driving it at the same time. But the fact that it's there and that this administration feels that environmental justice is an issue we should tackle, whatever comes of that will be more than what we've had before. I think that's a great thing. And then the second thing we're seeing in the financial world, more investment in the kinds of things that will bring about what we're all talking about. There's a new organization that just launched a new investment arm called Galvanize that's headed by Tom Steyer, that's going to be looking at focusing on EJ communities and climate justice communities, looking at solutions to these problems so that people like Cheryl Levine that our Sharon today just mentioned wouldn't have to worry about those petrochemical plants that are down there in Cancer Alley that are creating all these problems that we're talking about today. And the impact is having not only on the adults there that are having these high cancer rates, but I'd like to also see what kind of cancer rates the children are having too, as a result of being exposed to these petrochemicals. But the fact that we have these type of collaborations and we're all working together, I think we're a lot closer to the solutions.
Thank you so much.
I want to jump in with a couple thoughts here as well and say too, and you talk about opportunities, and the first that comes to mind actually goes back to your first question about kind of all the intersecting issues that we're facing right now. And one of the things we saw is that the pandemic actually really underscored the need for a new vision for our food system that's more resilient and that's rooted in justice. Early on in the pandemic, we saw how fragile the food system is and how unjust, right? With farm workers recognized as essential workers that they've always been, but having to fight for basic safety measures and protections. And then the pandemic also broke some pretty significant links in the food chain, right? And households across the country turned to small local farmers to source fruits and vegetables, and creating wait lists for existing community supported agriculture farms, offering lots of new opportunities for many small sustainable farms, including many farmers of color, some who hadn't sold directly to customers before. So the opportunity is to put policies in place that really support and help grow these more sustainable local food economies, which we know are more resilient in the face of crises like the pandemic and also in the face of climate change. And the challenge is overcoming the pressure from the pesticide industry and other big ag players that, are wanting to keep things as they are. And then another opportunity that I wanted to lift up was that we're excited about is the Protect America's Children from Toxic Pesticides Act. So a potential federal law that we're hoping will be reintroduced under this Congress. And passage of this bill would represent a huge step toward bringing our system of pesticide regulation basically into the 21st century. We're that far behind. And really shifting, EPA's accountability away from the pesticide industry, where it's been for decades, and toward protecting children's health and public health in the environment. So those are two opportunities that we're excited about moving forward.
Yeah, adding to both of those questions, having worked with large data sets and doing data analysis on them, I think that's been a great tool for me to understand how a lot of these things intersect and how intersectional identities also can compound to great disadvantage when it comes to things like the health and environment you're into. And so I think being a young person, having grown up in a digital age, having access to all these tools for data science data, you know, as a really young person has changed the way I think about it. And I think that's a great opportunity of leveraging all this technology, including machine learning, to effectively tackle these issues. And you know, the beauty of things like artificial intelligence and machine learning is that they don't necessarily carry in a bias with them, and they're able to make connections between data, you know, without prior knowledge so that we might not think of. So, you know, if you have mapping technology and you see, I don't know, maybe there's a highway somewhere nearby, that's something that you might not have thought about, but a machine learning algorithm can take that and say, this area is at risk for something. And I've seen how effectively that works for just the issue of lead poisoning. And seeing how my model has learned and adapted over time makes me very hopeful about how that same strategy can be applied to many other public health issues. And so one thing I like thinking about is saying, hey, this is a piece of technology leveraging data for social good that has worked for lead poisoning. How do we apply that to all these other fields and collaborate between fields and, you know, find really effective strategies for leveraging all this cutting edge technology we have around us that's constantly developing and learning, and using that to solve our problems in the most efficient way possible.
Excellent.
That's really encouraging to hear about. And I guess if I might sort of try to bring together these ideas of intersection and collaboration, I think the opportunity here for children's health for today and tomorrow really has to center on climate change and health equity. I think we have opportunities to do as Anaya says, and advocate that, teach youth that about the things that are going to affect them and the things that will affect them, and start now, and don't hold back. We want to pursue STEM, but we also want to raise up poets and artists and dancers. I've become very enamored of literature on climate change, and ideas about eco-anxiety are gaining more and more traction. These things are real, and our children are going to have to live with them. Today, the stats came out on the number of kids that have lost a parent to COVID. And of those kids, and it's a huge number, 2/3 are minority kids. This inequity is real. It's going to happen over and over and over again here in the US and the world over, in our urban areas, in our rural areas, in our tribal communities, everywhere. We have to pay attention. I think we should work to build a system that educates kids about the things that they are living, so that they are well armed to take on these issues as they grow.
Thank you so much, Martha. I thought that was a very good summation, and I really appreciate all of you for so many reasons. Just quickly, in summary, Catherine brought in Pamela's experience and how mold and mildew exposures in her mobile home and the need to move and transition her family, mental and trauma and stress, perpetuating through her family and her children having to then mourn her eventually in her death, and still deal with a multitude of other community related very serious issues. And then Sharon, you talked about the issues being intrinsically related, the cumulative impacts, making it impossible rather to tease these out. And after all, what's really the benefit when we're really just trying to aim for overall protection of all, especially our most vulnerable, like children? Jose, you brought in a very hopeful opportunity type of a situation, calling in on the National Institute for Environmental Health Sciences Superfund program that's working to build bridges and has been doing so for decades. Dr. Bill Sook over there, we know very well, and many other colleagues, they work extremely hard to bridge these type of collaborations in a true, genuine way at the community level. And also elevating the need to work more and to have more resources that are dedicated to identifying and removing these chemicals once and for all. Forget about trying to manage them. Let's just avoid their overall experience and entry. And with that, I'll add, you do need to get very serious about the economic drivers of our dependency on fossil fuel production and many other harmful chemicals. Catherine also talked about work with NRDC and in New Jersey and sewage coming into homes. I actually got my start at the Children's Environmental Health Network in Southeast DC, working on very similar issues with raw sewage literally leaching into $500,000 condos in Southeast DC, and still kind of being under the radar at that time, and how long it took for families with asthma and high cancer incidences and other negative implications that were starting to, in essence, cluster because of those very harmful exposures. And the need to have true collaborations for climate solutions. You all echoed that a lot. Also lifting up the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, first ever historical advisory ability to the executive branch. Understanding that is not going to be smooth by any means, but that's the whole benefit, to truly work in partnership, the ebbs and the flows, the negotiations, but understanding that everyone is working towards the same goal of protections for all. Galvanize being mentioned as an investment strategy in the creative ways that we all need to think about capacity and bringing and building in capacity at community levels. The connections to cancer rates in the petrochemical industry, and again, not shying away from those realities, especially when that data and those realities are right there in front of us. Kristen, you talked about the need for a renewed, revitalized food system, and elevating Pan's leadership and yours and many others in the Protect America's Children from Toxic Pesticides Act. And also the great discussion about leveraging technology available, including machine learning and artificial intelligence strategies that can be applied and can be offered as resourcing to a range of public health issues. Phenomenal. And the need to focus on health equity and climate change, teaching youth about these issues, that their leadership is vital, but that also that of the many issues that can and will continue to impact them, and the ability to change course with the political will or the garnered will of many. So with that, it's a lot of heavy work, and it takes a lot of incredible champions. This is not easy. If it was easy, it would have been done already. But again, we all stand in such a humble fashion with you and our many award recipients prior, and just with deep gratitude, thanking you for the way that you stand up each and every day. It's hard. You're still humans. You are all still living through the COVID pandemic. We wish everyone health and well-being as we continue to emerge out of this. And we at Children's Environmental Health Network stand ready to work with each and every one of you in doing whatever we can to put children first. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye,
Thank
everybody.
you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much for joining us for our 6th anniversary of Children's Environmental Health Day 2021. You all have made it a fantastic day, and we really encourage you to continue to leverage everything you've heard, the partnerships, the new potential networking, and continue to work with us. And we definitely look forward to being with you again next year. I want to give a special shout out to all of the Children's Environmental Health Day staff, and in particular, Hannah Gross, Christy Truesdale, Brittany, Casey, and Fatima. Really appreciate all of you, but everyone really did an amazing job. You guys are fantastic. So until next time, we bid you all a good farewell, and bye.
Bye.
Happy Children's Environmental Health Day.